is absolutely heavy. I wouldn't want to be holding on it for too long, but I tell you what, it would look nice on a mantelpiece, that's for sure.
It certainly has to be a strong mantelpiece at that, but it is huge. It's sitting in the canteen and club rooms area when we got here and we had a look at it. The thing weighs a ton. It is quite a hefty piece of kit, and it's going to be, and there's some pretty cool names on there already. Of course, Kai Blight was the first winner of this event in 2020. Then there was Ronnie McCann. Of course, she needs no introduction. She's not in the field tonight. She's the only former winner in this event that's not in the field tonight. And then, of course, there was Smoking Joe, who managed to add his name to that list, and our defending champion of Michael Holmes, who is in the field tonight. Again, though, Jason, he is running a local car, so he's another man who's not in familiar machinery right now.
Yeah, the tax man is driving the 75, and that car got given to him tonight to, you know, defend his championship, which I think is fantastic, and that's really what Speedway's all about, especially here in Western Australia. I've travelled, you know, around Australia, and it's pretty good, but I tell you what, that kind of stuff happens a lot in WA, and to get a car lent to him to defend his, you know, Red Dirt Rumble championship, and thanks to Mincore for that, their sponsorship and all that, it just shows you how much Western Australians are giving, and to have Michael here to defend that, it's pretty fantastic.
Certainly is. It's great to have him here. Because we passed him on the highway up, and I swear it was not the same car that was on the trailer on the back. He was having his 91 car, the same car that Miles Moose drove when he did his stint over here for the Australian title. I thought that was the car that was coming out to play tonight. He's actually sold
Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
It's going to be a fantastic night. We're not too far away from getting cars onto the racetrack. The first of 3 hot lap sessions for the late models, not too far away.
text message, I don't know the number. Flexing on these niggas, every bone and muscle. Let's go. Steady taking shots, but never heard nothing. They even then, y'all don't worry nothing. Nope. And I like to give a shout out to my niggas with the game plan. And shout out to my niggas.
Let me hold you, got caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, turn me on. For the longest while we're jamming in the party, and you're whining on me, pushing everything. Right back on top of me, But if you think you're gonna get away from me, you better change your mind. You're going home, you're going home with me tonight. Let me hold you, got caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me jam you. Go right on me, you got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me hold you, got caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me jam you. Go right on me, you got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me hold you, got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me hold you, got me going crazy. Turn me on. For the longest while we're jamming in the party, and you're whining on me, pushing everything. Right back on top of me, And then I whisper in her, so I ain't harder. And then she said to me, boy, just push that thing. I push it harder back on me. Hug me, kiss me, hug me, kiss and caress me. Hug me, squeeze me, hug me, girl, and kiss and caress me. Let me hold you, got caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me jam you. Go right on me, you got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me hold you, got caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me jam you. Go right on me, you got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me hold you, got me going crazy. Turn me on, let me hold you, got me going
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a first look at your field for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. And they have come from all over the state of Western Australia to converge here in the Goldfields to go for one of the biggest and heaviest trophies going around in Australian speedway racing. Some of the stars and the cars driving the WA33, the ex-Freddie Kinsella machine, is that of Warren Oldfield. The number W80, the first of your local heroes trying to defend their home turf here tonight, is that of Damien Hudson. The W57 of Matt Roberts. The W199 from Esperance is that of Jeff Dickerson. And the W88 also from Esperance is that of Chevy Johnson. Sean Cubbage keeps the Esperance theme rolling in the W7. The W95 of Abby Pickering, who has had a self-proclaimed Kalgoorlie curse on her back the last couple of years. She is here to finally try and break that and get ourselves a solid result. The W23, former national champion and also a former winner of the Red Dirt Rumble, is that of Joe Chalmers. Greg Horan, the W04 machine, hailing out of Esperance, and the furthest travelled man in the field tonight, the Victoria 6 of Bruce McKenzie, flew in from the East Coast yesterday in the Michael Holmes Racing Products number 6 machine. So he has travelled an almighty way to be here with us tonight. The W76 of Ben Straughtness is next in your lineup of cars, and your defending champion driving the W75 is that of Michael Holmes. David Boy is a life member here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway, driving the W90, with Glenn McBeath in the W62 and the WA25. Another man who's called himself Kalgoorlie born and bred, the beautifully presented number 25 machine of Ryan Huxtable. That is your starters and drivers for this year's Red Dirt Rumble, with one final car. He is your current Australian champion. Originally from Kintanning, now calls Albany home, your Australia number 1, going for Red Dirt Rumble number 2 here tonight is Kai Blight in the Rocket. So that is your field of cars. Engine starts have been completed. 6 cars will remain on the racetrack. The final 12 will pull onto the infield. And we'll be ready to go for the first group of hot laps for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. To kickstart a huge program of some of the best late model stars in the state, going for what is one of Kalgoorlie's most premier events on the calendar. Hot laps group number 1 is now all that remains on the racetrack. As we just wait for the remainder couple of cars to find their spot on the infield before we get ready to go for the first green flag for our late models. Sean Cubbage and Michael Holmes, Jeff Dickerson and Chevy Johnson in the 88. Your Australian champion in Kai Blight and the 24 of Jeff Powell. That is your starters for this first group of hot laps for your late models. The yellow lights around the venue start to flash, which means we are not too far away from unleashing these 800 horsepower monsters for the first time around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. Green lights come on for the first time here at Kalgoorlie for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. And it is now all eyes on the timesheets as they tried to come acclimatised with the track conditions. It was actually Kai Blight who almost looped the Australia 1 coming through turn number 3 and 4 that first time around. We actually got a couple cars not showing on my timing screen, and Kai Blight is one of them in the number 1 machine. Cubbage, the first of the cars to set a lap at 20.820. Michael Holmes betters that with a 19.894. So Holmes, the quickest man on the racetrack at the moment. Unfortunately, a couple of them not showing up on my timing screens at all, including your Australian champion. So it's a shot in the dark at the moment of where Kai Blight sits in relation to the rest of the pack. Only 4 cars recording actual time, so whether they decided not to pick up a transponder like they were told remains to be seen. But at the moment, it is still the 199 of Jeff Dickerson actually improves with a 19.469 to be the quickest of the recorded laps in this group of hot laps. 5 laps is what I'm told for each group for our V8 Dirt Late models. And only the 4 cars registering time. So I dare say there's either a transponder issue with a couple of them, or the more likely solution is they never received one, is probably my best guess at the moment. But the checkered flag flies on group number 1 of our late model hot laps. The quickest recorded time of that group was Jeff Dickerson at 19.469. He set that on lap number 3. But there was a handful of cars that just didn't show up on the timing screens at all, including Kai Blight. Jeff Powell was another one who we just didn't quite get a time for. So a couple of them obviously not getting the memo when it comes to transponders. Group number 2 rolls out onto the racetrack, led out by the number W80 of Damien Hudson, the number 23 of Joe Chalmers, the Roth Cattle Company. Shift Realty number 23, Greg Horan, the W04, 57 of Matt Roberts, and the number 33 of Warren Oldfield. He was a runner-up in the Pro Dirt Series this year, missed out to his brother Jamie. 6-time Pro Dirt Series champion is Warren Oldfield, no slouch at all. Now on board the Green Tree Services ex-Freddie Kinsella number 33 machine for the Wazinator, as is officially known. So that's your field for group number 2 of hot laps for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for the late models. The green lights come on, and it's going to be Warren Oldfield who has seen the greens first. And we'll see what the track is doing. This is a good indicator to see if the track's getting faster and faster or actually slowing up as the sessions grow on before we move towards the all-important qualifying session coming up later on for our V8 Dirt late models, as the first time is going to be posted by Warren Oldfield at 19.940, so he's going to be happy with that one. Hudson goes quicker at 19.69. It's a 17.824 for Joe Chalmers, if you don't mind. A 20.6 for Greg Horan, and Matt Roberts sends a benchmark of a 17.75. So Joe Chalmers is miles ahead of the field at the moment in the number 23 as he hits some traffic on his second circulation, but a 17.824. The next closest time is a 17.758 for reference. So the number 23 is moving early on as I speak. He has a moment in turn number 4, and he's actually going to come to a stop in turns number 4, and we go yellow in this second group of hot laps. But Joe Chalmers, who has absolutely set the timing screens alight. There's only one other car into the 17s, and it's Matt Robbins, who is actually just set a 17.758. So Robbins and Chalmers at the moment are on a different planet to the rest of the cars out there at the moment.
Joshy, if you have a look in turns 3 and 4, everyone's struggling with mid-corner, and that's what's causing problems. Going into 1, they've got lots of grip, they can make it out of 2 or right, get the speed down the back straight, but I tell you what, mid-corner to 3 and 4, that's the tricky spot.
We saw that catch out a couple of them, including Kai Blight in that previous hot lap session. So turn number 3 is dealing to be a bit of a trouble spot at the moment for some of the heavy hitters as we get back to conclude this second group of hot laps for our late models. Joe Chalmers now into the 16-second bracket, a 16.569 for the former Australian champion. The Shift Realty number 23 is once again, he comes up on traffic in the form of Damien Hudson, and the number 33 of Warren Oldfield, who's really struggling at the moment in car number 33 as Chalmers rips around the outside into turn number 3 and 4. As the checkered flag flies on this second group of hot laps, it's going to be Joe Chalmers, quickest of the lot with a 16.158. So we almost dip our toes into the 15-second bracket in that second group of hot laps. Next best time would be Matt Robbins with a 17.491. That's an 18.767 set by Greg Horan. And then rounding him out will be Damien Hudson and Matt Robbins. Might just quickly jump back down to Jason Sutton. You mentioned turn number 3 and 4 is a bit of a trouble spot at the moment for these guys.
Yeah, Joshy, they're entering, they're not actually on full power like they are in 1. 1, they can get the car set up, the car's going to hold. You actually look at the racetrack, you can see the moisture's changed there. A bit of, white glaze, and then it goes into dirt. So the car's holding nicely, but going into 3, as they enter, the car wants to skate around, and they're on and off the throttle. No one really got a feel-good lap, even though Joe Chalmers was absolutely on it in the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here at the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway. But I tell you what, no one did an absolute fantastic lap yet. They'll all be going back into the pit saying, hey, we're not bad, but we're not even close to where we need to be. And he just showed something to Warren Oldfield. Basically, we're doing hot laps. It's sort of like give and take, that you don't really pass people on hot laps. You back off, give him a little bit of room. He absolutely went flying past Warren Oldfield underneath, nearly cleaned him up, sent a bit of a message to say, hey, I want this Red Dirt Rumble tonight, and I'm going to take it.
He's definitely here to party, is Smokin' Joe, former winner of this event, so he knows what it takes to get the job done. As we got our third and final group of hot laps out onto the racetrack. Ryan Huxtable in the number WA25, David Boys in the W90, the V6 of Bruce McKenzie, Abby Pickering in the number 95, the W76 of Brent Straughtons, and Glenn McBeath in the W62. Those are your starters for this third and final group of hot laps for our late models. Benchmark set by Joe Chalmers in that second group. McBeath gets the green flag and we are underway in this third group of hot laps for our late models. As already we got David Boys chopping the nose off Bruce McKenzie as he gets turn number 4. All sorts of wrong in the W90. So again, in this third group, turn 3 and 4, a little bit of a problem child as it's heavy congestion here in hot laps. As you can see, going into turn number 3 and 4, there's a group of 4 of them headed up by Boys. McKenzie, Pickering's in there as well, the number 95. And Straughtons in the 76. That car's for sale too, by the way. There's a couple of them getting up and around on the classifieds in West Australian late model racing. In terms of times, it is the 62 of McBeath who is quickest on the lot at the moment, a 17.492 for the WA62. Then it's a whole bunch of 17s. That one's headed up by Ryan Huxtable with an 18.494, an 18.8 flat for David Boys, an 18.585 for Bruce McKenzie, an 18.772 for Abby Pickering, and an 18.588 for Ben. So the pace has really dropped off in relation to what we saw in the earlier session of our late model hot laps. But again, as Jason mentioned, it's just heavy traffic. No one can really find a piece of clean air that they can try and stretch the legs and try and get a confident base mark. Because of course they need to go back and tune these cars up and get them ready for 2 laps of qualifying. So you really want to get at least 1 good lap so you can sort of work out what you got. As Huxtable's decided that's enough in the number 25 and he takes it to the infield. But the checkered flag comes out. McBeath tops the timesheets, a 17.492 for the driver of the WA62. David Boys would be third overall, the 17.854 to 17.75 for Ryan Huxtable that he set on lap number 3.
Oshie, that was probably one of the most interesting hot lap sessions I've actually ever seen from late models, to be honest. And I've seen a lot of late models. The interesting thing was, no one could actually put 2 laps together to make the car consistent. I was watching people like, say, Slim Shady, Abby Pickering in the 95 car. She would get 1 lap pretty good, and then she actually entered turn 3 1 car higher than she did the lap before and could not get the car to turn. It was on and off the gas trying to get that thing around. Bruce McKenzie, all the way from Sydney, hasn't seen this racetrack ever before. He would have come here thinking, red dirt? We don't have that over there. So it's an interesting pack that we've got tonight, and I can't wait till it starts to unfold. The first round of heats that come out are actually going to be really exciting because I think everyone's going to be scratching their head thinking, we got to get 800 horsepower to the ground on this racetrack. It's got slick spots, it's got slippery spots, got a bit of grip here and there. So the first person that works that out, the quickest, is going to get to the front.
And obviously before we even get to the first lot of heat racing, they need to actually be able to get their head around what they want to do to the cars for qualifying. But obviously, as we mentioned, not many of them have been able to get a really good, clean lap in, so not many of the guys will be able to go back and give a real clear-cut message to the crews and the teams of what they're actually feeling in the car before they have to go and lay it all out for 2 laps. So that could be interesting as well, Jace.
Yeah. Do you go in and play it safe and say, look, you know, I messed up in the car, I'm not comfortable, and we play it safe and just change a little bit? Or do you throw a setup at it and say, you know what, I just saw Smoke and Joe flying around this racetrack and I got to get on it? So that'll be interesting. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in some of these transporters right now because it's not going to be easy sailing just trying to work out to get around this racetrack in a hurry.
Certainly not. As we have our first official heat race for the night out on the racetrack. It's going to be a mixture of our street stocks and production sedans for their opening heat of the night. 10 laps is what I'm told. The the first official heat race coming right up from the Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
It's far from home, it's for the better. What we dream, it's all that matters. We're on
First heat of the night, a combination of our street stocks and productions. Number 10, Holden Commodore of Pty Ltd is your pole for this one, alongside the W21 of Ray Leonard. 10 laps is the journey. Heat race number 1, they're getting pretty keen already, is our productions and street stocks as we come to the green. It's going to be Ray Leonard who says, yep, cool, thanks Tilly. I'm just going to take this off you and storm into turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. One of them's coming through the path. That's Luke Barnwell, and unsurprisingly, the yellow lights have been called, and we didn't get very far at all on a first attempt of a race start. We had a couple of them with some dramas further back. Tina Ingram, I believe that is, having dramas in the number 33 Holden Commodore as well. Luke Barnwell came through the field like an absolute stabbed rat in the early stages of that one in the number 36 machine. Wayne Livingston, if there's an award for a man who travels to more racetracks around the state, it has to go to Wayne. Was planning on running at the Perth Motorplex tonight. Unfortunately, that got rained out, so he's decided to just make the short drive and short detour up to Kalgoorlie to be here with us tonight. Tanya Kemp in the W71, the black Holden Commodore, also out there. Johnny Henderson, the W78 Holden Commodore. Ben Ferris, the number 32, the Mitsubishi Magna. That's your field of street stocks and productions, with the Leonard front row to resume war as usual. The number 10 of Tilly, the number 21 of Ray. Keep an eye out for Tina Ingram with the W33. There was dramas on a first attempt of asking for the car coming from the inside second row. Luke Barnwell in the W36, and it looks like Ingram's car is going to call it quits and heads to the infield. So that will promote Tanya Kemp up to the inside second row. The yellow lights have stayed on. We were going to get a start this time around, but we'll do one more rolling lap. So it's a Leonard front row, Tilly and Ray. Back then at Kemp, Barnwell, Livingston in the number 86 machine. Johnny Henderson in the 78, and the little Magna of Ben Ferris sees them all. We'll try again for a start. Heat race number 1 of the productions and street stocks. Let's see how we go this time. The Leonards share the front row. Much better and even dispatch from the two Commodores as they head into turn number 1. Still the same result. It will be Ray who leads them through from Tilly. Barnwell on the bottom side of the racetrack. He's going to try and take Wayne Livingston with him in the number 86 machine. Now we're back to Kemp, Henderson and Ferris. That's how they round out your runners as they go into turn number 3 for the first time. Leonard, that's Ray trying to sell the t-shirts, running the top side of the racetrack early on as Barnwell and Livingston strike on Tilly to move themselves up into second and third at the completion of lap number 1 of 10 circulations around the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway. And there's now a charge coming from second from the number 86 of Wayne Livingston. He's given the Morse code signals to Luke Barnwell as once again your race leader right up towards the boards as they come out. We've got a couple of them come together further back. Tanya Kemp in the 71s around, and looks like dramas with the Henderson machine as well. So we go yellow once again in heat race number 1 of the productions and street stocks, and the 78 has brought himself to the infield. Johnny Henderson, the 78 Holden Commodore. Tanya Kemp been able to get back underway in the number 71 machine. So it's a great battle front of the pack that we got at the moment. Ray Leonard is really going the long way around in the early stages of this one. Seems to be working for him. The X7 Wakefield, number 21 Holden Commodore. Luke Barnwell and Wayne Livingston were starting to have a good scrap just prior to that stoppage. And it's Tilly Leonard in the number W10 machine. Ben Ferris, the little Mitsubishi Magna, which is actually becoming more and more popular in Speedway sedan racing, especially in the production ranks of recent times. Henderson's been able to rejoin the field, which is fantastic. Kemp rejoins at the tail. So we still have a full field of production sedans and street stocks to go around.
Just looking at the Hendo 78 car, Joshy, as it comes past, it looks pretty good, but there's definitely something bent or not quite right on the right-hand front of that car. So as you would understand with that collision, so just keep an eye on that.
Thank you, Jason. Obviously the contact may have further implications on the number 78. The car currently sitting in position number 5, so we'll keep an eye on that one towards the conclusion of this. But with lights are out, single file nose to tail restart. It's going to be Ray Leonard who leads us back past the judge. And into turn number 1, Livingston wasting no time, diving straight to the inside of Luke Barnwell in the number 36 machine. And he might even have a run coming from the number 86 as he slides to the inside. Barnwell leaves him some space. There's some argy-bargy between the two of them as they come out of turn number 4. And Wayne Livingston with a don't argue to Luke Barnwell. Moves up into position number 2. Barnwell back to 3rd. Tilly Leonard 4th. Rounding out your 5 is that of Ben Ferris in the Mitsubishi Magna. Then we're back to Henderson, who looks like he is having a bit of a handful. And yeah, no surprise, the 78 car retires to the infield. So obviously further dramas than what we first anticipated for the 78. Flat tyre is what I've been told on the 78 Holden Commodore. So that's our first retiree from this heat, as it's still Ray Leonard doing the job out in front at the moment, but he has got a charge coming from the number W86 machine. The ultra entrance stick and suspension Holden Commodore of Wayne Livingston is starting to really breathe down his neck here in the second half of heat race number 1 of the productions and street stocks. They've skipped away from Barnwell. It's a great battle further back as well between Tilly Leonard and Ben Ferris, who powers around the outside in the Magna to move up into position number 4, but it's an almighty charge at the top. There's nothing between them as they go through 1 and 2. It was 0.3 of a second between Leonard and Livingston as they come up on the lap traffic. Do they zig or do they zag? Leonard looks like he's going to commit to the top. That's opened the door for Levo, who almost slides into the door card of the number 21 machines. They come past the traffic and past the judge, back out to 0.4 of a second between first and second. But forget the numbers. Livingston is right on the back bumper of your race leader as they go into turn number 3 once again. Wouldn't count out Luke Barnwell out of this one as well. The man currently sitting in position number 3 in the W36 car as they come past the start-finish line once again. It was 0.4. It's now down to 0.329 of a second between Ray Leonard and Wayne Livingston, and he's giving him the hurry up as they come out of turn number 2 and down the back straight. We've got a barnstormer of a finish coming up here in heat race number 1 of the street stocks and productions as Levo gets a push. That's going to give him a very costly invoice, and he's now right back into the clutches of Luke Barnwell in the W36 machine. There's only a couple of laps to go. It's back out to 0.6 of a second, so a very costly mistake from Wayne Livingston, who's now going to have to drive in overtime to try and make it up. He's back on the bottom as they go through turn number 3 and 4, but Leonard has the answer for him as they come past the start-finish line once again. White flag is out. There is 1 to go. Leonard had 0.7 of a second advantage down the back straight, and I think he's going to carry that through to hold off the charge. As he comes through turn number 3 and 4, it is going to be Ray Leonard who draws first blood from Wayne Livingston. Luke Barnwell will come home in a very well-deserved position number 3. Ben Ferris in the number 32 machine will be next across the line in no man's land in the Little Magna. Tilly Leonard next across the line in the W10. And we've got Tanya Kemp in the 71 and 2 retirees from that race. Well, unfortunately, Tina Ingram really didn't get to fire a shot in the opening stages of this one. And Johnny Henderson, a flat tyre on the Holden Commodore. That was heat race number 1 of the productions and street stocks, and it was quite a race at the front. And that's going to be something to watch. It was 0.4 of a second, the winning margin, when it was all said and done between Ray Leonard and Wayne Livingston. So our productions and street stocks numbers a little bit down. We've had to combine them, but they're putting on an absolute show early on in heat race number 1 over 10 laps around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
Yellow diamonds in the light. Now we're standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I've gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. 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 It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. Shine a light through an open door. Love and life I will divide. Turn away 'cause I need you more. Feel the heartbeat in my mind. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I've gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. 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 It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless I just need to get it off my chest, yeah, more than you know, yeah, more than you know. And you should know that, baby, you're the best, yeah, more than you know, yeah, more than you know. I saw it coming from miles away. I better speak up if I got something to say. 'Cause it ain't over.
Well, for those of you, ladies and gentlemen, in the venue tonight, it is about time to officially introduce your field for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. The cars are going to line up on the front straight. The stars will head on up and will line up alongside race control and be introduced one by one by our man Jason Sutton. So it's your perfect opportunity as we park up these cars, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to meet the stars up close and personal before we get down to business, head on down towards the flag stand, pile yourselves up. Perfect opportunity to meet your favorite drivers, get some high fives, and see the stars up close and personal before we get down to the business side of things for the Mincore 2025 Red Dirt Rumble here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
Hate me, still trying to replace me. Chase me, tell me how you hate me. Race me, wish you never dated me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me. I bet you don't kiss her with your eyes closed. I bet you're still walking on a tightrope. Miss you so much, you've been going psycho. You ain't gotta say it, baby, I know. It's a thin line between all this love and hate. And if you switch sides, you're gonna have to claim your place. So baby, this time you're gonna have to see the fate. Yeah, baby, this time you're gonna have to see the fate. And tell me how you hate me. Still trying to replace me. Chase me, tell me how you hate me. Race me, wish you never needed me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me. Still trying to replace me. Chase me, tell me how you hate me. Race me, wish you never needed me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me. Hate me, tell me how you hate me. Tell me how I'm trash and you could easily replace me. Tell me that I'm strong, I always stand on the daily. Probably cause there's no one around me and then all my pain. Probably cause there's no umbrella to shield me from all the rain. Probably because you're the one playing the mind game. You hate me because I don't let you play the mind games. You give me migraines and damage my brain. Date me, break me, easily replace me. Hopefully you see it clear, hopefully it's HD. Bet you wonder why the last few months I've been spacey. In your head I sing. And tell me how you hate me. Still trying to replace me. Chase me, tell me how you hate me. Race me, wish you never needed me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me. Still trying to replace me. Chase me, tell me how you hate me. Race me, wish you never needed me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me. Like tonight, the weekend, I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait. Got no reason, I just celebrate, baby, I just don't wanna wait. Swimming in the deep blue, got me thinking about you. I'm just trying to dive right in. Wanna spend tonight like the last night of our lives, chasing all the love we can. And now, I'm in a sea of light, and all that I can see is you. And now I'm dying to feel alive. So baby, let's try something new. Let's make tonight the weekend. I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait. Got no reason, I just celebrate, baby, I just don't wanna wait. Tonight's the weekend. I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there they are. Your field for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. We've got them lined up and ready to introduce to you properly. It is our main man, Jason Sutton, downstairs with quite the fan crowd you've developed down there, Jace.
How cool is it to see this crowd coming out to see this fantastic event here at the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. I tell you what, we're going to have a good show tonight. Big crowd in, and hope everyone has some fun. Just before I do, I'm going to say a few words to this man. Mate, it's a big deal to set up something like this. It's not easy, and I'm sure that you'd like to thank a few people while you're here.
Definitely, mate. Obviously, all my committee, everyone that helps out with the track, Ryan and Pat, they helped out last night. Pat's here every week for water, so hopefully that turns out awesome for these drivers, because there's some very talented, and these guys will put on an awesome show. So thank yous for turning out. The fireworks show is going to be spectacular, so enjoy the night. Be patient with us. We've got a couple of different things like this, high-fiving drivers. We've got a parade, because we've actually got the Melbourne Cup here as well. The sponsor, thanks to Mincore, have bring the Melbourne Cup over. They're the winners of it. So this tonight's all about 1 horsepower against 800 horsepower. So thanks for coming. I'll hand you back to you, Jace.
Your field for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. We're going to start with car 199. He drives an ex-Simon McNabb late model. He's from Esperance. Welcome, Jeff Dickerson. Second, we call her Slim Shady. She drives a Barry Wright race car. She's from Gidgee Gannup. She last raced here and flipped her car down in turns 1 and 2, absolutely wrote it off. Had to get a brand new car. She's back here for the first time. Slim Shady, car 95, Abby Pickering. The next man drives an XR1 rocket chassis. He's from Kalgoorlie. He's a hometown boy. He's been racing late models for 6 years. He's a life member of this club. He's a 2-time state and car champion as well. He's driving the car 90 tonight. Give it up for David Boys. Next out of the gate is a son of a guy who used to race many, many moons ago. At places like Claremont Speedway, you have your parents might chat about the glory days of Speedway. He's from Esperance, so a few hours down the road. He drives a rocket chassis. His dad's name's Chad Johnson, was a bit of a Claremont legend. We'd like to welcome a brand newbie really to late models, hasn't raced them very often, probably a couple of times. It's car 88, Chevy Johnson. This man hailed from Coleraine, Victoria, originally, about 16 years ago. He travelled to a place called Kalgoorlie. We call him the Hornet. His car's for sale tonight, so if you feel like driving a late model and taking one home, please go see him. He won his first feature race here at Kalgoorlie 2 weeks ago. It's the Hudson Hornet, car number 80, Damien Hudson. Next in the barriers, and about to do the famous walk past the kids, which is really cool right now. He's originally from Adelaide, so we've got a great, I guess, I don't know what you want to call it, a spread of talent coming across Australia from originals. But they're here based in Western Australia, a lot of them now. His car's for sale also. It's a Barry Wright chassis. Currently lives in Esperance. It's car 76, Ben Strawton's. Yeah, we're going. Next up, he's driving a foreign car to himself. He normally drives car 91. He's the defending champion of the 24 Red Dirt Rumble that he won here. He drives a Barry Wright race car, drives pretty successful. We call him the tax man because he's always around when the money's on the line. He's driving car 75 tonight, and it's Michael Holmes. The next man in line is going to get the unlucky award straight up. He brought his car up here. It's a Swartz chassis, something pretty different to Western Australia. There's two actually in Australia, two Swartz chassis. His father raced late models. He's a third generation racer. He's come up here. He's done his hot laps and blown an engine. He wasn't going to do the driver intros, and I said, hell no, yes you are, you made the effort. We want to say hello to you, we want the crowd to say hello to you. That's car 74, Nathan Richards. And he's still getting paid apparently, so that's even better. Next out the gate is a rocket chassis owner in his fourth meeting. He's an Albany local, so not too far down the road, but a bit of a trip. His second year in racing, drives a CT525 engine car. It's car 62, Glenn McBeath. Next up, a guy who's got a good right foot, loves his racing, gets his car around pretty well, was pretty good in hot laps to be honest. Just loves being around the sport. That's car 57, Matty Robbins. When you say legends in sedan racing, this man will come to the top. He's a 6-time Pro Dirt Series champion. He's second this year in the Pro Dirt Series. He's driving a 2017 unknown rocket chassis for himself that he bought from Freddie Kinsella. He's driving the 33 tonight, and that's the Wazinator, Warren Oldfield. Welcome a Kalgoorlie boy. He's got a small block Chevy in this thing, a steel small block Chevy. You don't get many of them around. He runs a black diamond chassis. Not many of them around either. You won't see him when you look up chassis and late models. Not too often, but I tell you what, he's a hell of a fella, got a good family. He's here tonight to put on a show for you. That's car 25, Ryan Huxtable. Next up, we have a guy who lives and breathes this sport, loves it. He's a big part of the Kalgoorlie committee and all the things that happen tonight. He's done a lot of work behind the scenes, and that's car 24, Jeff Hale. The man who turned hot laps on. He's a former Australian champion. He's third in this year's Pro Dirt Series for the late models. He's the 2023 Red Dirt Rumble winner, and he's going to put a hell of a show on for you tonight. That is car 23. Give it up for Smokin' Joe Chalmers. Another man that does a lot for the sport behind the scenes, has helped me out a couple of times, and he has a great business. Wears his heart on his sleeve, does a fantastic job, gets that car 7 around this track pretty good. That's Sean Cubbage. Guy who flew in yesterday all the way from Sydney. That's a pretty big effort to come here for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble at Kalgoorlie. Snap-on Tools, Kalgoorlie International Speedway. He runs an XR1 rocket chassis. Hell of a nice guy. You won't get a better fella, a nicer fella in late models, and please go say hello when you can. It's car N6, Bruce McKenzie. Next up, we call this man the Nomad. Every racetrack I've ever been to for late models, this man is here. He travels everywhere, quietly spoken. But I tell you what, bit of a bull behind the wheel. It's the car 04, the Nomad, Greg Horan. And finally, it's an honour to have this man in the house at the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here at Snap-on Tools, Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Sorry, that's a lot to get through. But he is the Australian champion. He's from Katanning. We call him the Katanning Kid. It's the XR1 rocket chassis driver, Dynamite, Kai Blight. That is your field for the Red Dirt Rumble this year, thanks to Mincore. And I tell you what, it's going to be a hell of a race. When we get into qualifying, we'll see who is going to get it done. Up to you, Joshy.
Thank you very much, Jason. A fantastic job down there. One final time, Kalgoorlie, before they put the helmets on to go qualifying. Let's have a massive round of applause for your field of late models who have travelled all over the state and, in fact, the country to put on a show for you here tonight at the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway. The introductions are done. That means the formalities are done. These drivers are now going to strap themselves in, and we are probably into what is arguably the most important part of the night, because we're about to go qualifying for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. Where you qualify is crucial to set up your position for the all-important heat races. You score big in your heat races, you get a nice cushy spot in the top 10 pole shuffle, which will then determine who will line up on pole for the 35 lap A main later on tonight. So this, I cannot stress enough, is probably going to be the most important 2 laps that these drivers will do around the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. As we mentioned through hot laps, not many cars were able to get consistent, clean laps strung together. So this could be a big unknown for a lot of these drivers and teams, but you have no time to speculate. You have 2 laps, you've got to lay it all down. We take you in the fastest time. That will seat you in the field for your heat racing. It's not too far away, Jace. Track, obviously very racy, as the productions and street stocks have just shown. The Kalgoorlie team have done an absolutely fantastic job for this. It is going to be on for young and old in qualifying in a few moments' time. He's a busy man down there. I've caught him off guard. He's currently chatting to Dean Shaw, our president here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. He's been running around like a headless chook all day, so he probably hasn't had much time to catch Jason up with the cliff notes.
Sorry, Joshy. Yep, I'm getting to you now. We're just making sure that we're all good and we get the crowd informed of what's going on tonight, because we've got some really cool special stuff with the Melbourne Cup deal, because how cool is that? And I'm going to grab this man again because he's so much behind the scenes of what happens. But to have the Melbourne Cup, you know, the winning horse and the owner here, and have the cup into Kalgoorlie with the Red Dirt Rumble is pretty special.
Oh, mate, like, it's a bit of a dream anyway, and like, who would ever think in Kalgoorlie that you'd be able to put your hands on the Melbourne Cup? It's the cup that stops the nation. You know, we'd like to think that our Red Dirt Rumble Cup stops the nation, but you know, we've got a good representation of cars from around Australia here, so hopefully we can build it that big as well. But it's a massive thanks to Cameron and Scott for letting this happen. You know, it's great talking to these guys. They've really made the cup an Australian Cup again. They've really bring it back to the people. So as a special thing, after they do their parade, they're going to be in the back of a ute later going for a parade around showing everyone. But Scott is said that if you really like, come get a photo with it. He will be standing in front of the bar down here, in front of the club room, and come and see him, and he's happy for you to come and hold the cup and get a photo with it. And you know, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, so he'll be down there, and big thanks to them.
100% now. I'm going to be getting my photo with it. Don't worry about that. And I'll tell you what, at a value right now of around $700,000, you'd want to be very careful with it.
It's microchip, so you can't take it.
Well, there goes our retirement plan then, Jason.
Yeah,
Jeez.
damn it. Spewing. With this qualifying sessions, I did hear you, Joshy, and I tell you what, these guys, when they've gone back to the pits, I said it before, they would have been talking to their crew chiefs and all that kind of stuff and saying, what are we going to do to get this car dialed in? There's a lot of moisture still in the air down here on the infield. I'm not sure with the crowd which way the wind's sort of really blowing, because it's not blowing big time, so it's not drying the track out a huge amount. We didn't have a huge, hot day, so these cars are actually going to be pretty grippy, but I reckon still that middle of turn 3 and 4 is going to catch a few out. But you'll also watch the dynamics of the late models, the way they pivot and move. And you'll see guys like Smoke and Joe Chalmers in the 23 car, the back end of the car is already jacked up a fair bit. Now, technically, they get checked, and they're supposed to be a certain height, like 61 inches on the back wing. But I'm telling you now, the rules might be a little bit bent here and there at Kalgoorlie International Speedway, because you really want to get this race and win this thing. And I'll tell you what, they'll be pushing the limits. If you have a look now as Joe Chalmers' car goes into turn number 1, see how much of a tilt that's already on compared with the car of Hudson's behind him. And then you go to Horan's in the 04 in turn 1, that sits different already. But under power, all these cars will change. And whatever you put the setups in, it's not like we put 4 shocks and you can have 6 shocks in these cars and so many different changes. And one small change can make a big difference. You'll see that left rear tuck under the car. The car's got to turn in on the right nose. And the person who's in that car that can handle that for the full 2 laps under full power, I tell you what, it's going to be a big chance to win this race.
Most certainly. Thank you again, Jason, for all your efforts down there throughout the course of the night. Majority of the cars have fired, and we are ready to split them into their pairs of 2 for their 2 flying laps around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway to try and set their best possible start to the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here on a fantastic Saturday night. I must say, it was a lovely 28 degrees when we rolled into town this afternoon, escaped the cold and the wet and the miserable that we left behind back in Perth. The whole hospitality here in Kalgoorlie has been absolutely fantastic, but we are now time to get into the big part of the evening. It is our qualifying session, and what a way to kick-start it then with your current national champion in Pty Ltd in the number 1 rocket. He is joined on the racetrack by the 199 of Jeff Dickerson. 2 laps. We take your quickest 2. Well, we take the quickest of your 2, I should say, and that will seat you into a heat race. And we are kick-starting things off with your current Australian champion and the 199 of Jeff Dickerson. And unfortunately, Blight still not showing on the timing screen, so I'm not going to have a time to give you for your current Australia 1, but we are green in qualifying as Blight comes across the start-finish line. Now he's on the timing screen, so we're in business for the Australia number 1 and Jeff Dickerson to kickstart qualifying. Dickerson to lay down the first time. It's a 17.344. What has the national champion got in response? A 14.646 for the Australia 1 on lap number 1. Dickerson comes through turn number 3 and 4 to complete his 2 laps. Can he improve on a 17.34? He can, a 17.19. Pty Ltd has to settle for a 14.646 for the Australian number 1, going for Red Dirt Rumble crown number 2. Dickerson, a 17.197 that he set on his second lap. Your second group of cars, he is your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion. Driving the W75, the taxman, Michael Holmes, and the number 7. Hailing out of Esperance, it is Sean Cubbage, trying to chase down a 14.646 set by your current Australian champion in Pty Ltd. And Cubbage, unfortunately, is not going to come to party in the 7 car, is all out of noise, and Michael Holmes' car sounds like a Massey Ferguson as he came past as well. It's a 17.113 for the defending Red Dirt Rumble champion. And it just doesn't sound like it's on song for Michael Holmes as he comes past the commentary box once again. He has to settle for that 17.113 that he set on his first lap. Sean Cubbage unable to set a time in car number 7. Next pairing onto the racetrack is a Kalgoorlie man, driving number 24. It's Jeff Bell joining him on the racetrack. The number 88 machine out of Esperance. It is that of Chevy Johnson. chasing a 14.646, set by Kai Blight. Johnson with an 18.202 for his first lap. Jeff Powell at 16.811 for the number WA24. Johnson comes out at turn number 3 and 4 to complete his lap in the number 88 Rocket. It's an 18.044, so he does improve, does the number 88 machine. Jeff Powell also improves with a 16.551 for the WA24. Can this man knock the national champion off his perch? He is a former Australian champion and a former winner here at Kalgoorlie, driving the Shift Realty number 23. It is Smoking Joe Chalmers, and he is joined on the racetrack by one of your hometown heroes, the Hornet of Damien Hudson. Chalmers through 1 and 2 on his first of 2 flying laps. Turn number 3 has caught a couple of them out. Can he keep it on the straight and narrow? The 23 looking at Pep, a 14.646. It's a 14.743. There's a 1/10 of a second between Blight and Chalmers as he comes through turn number 3 and 4. Can Chalmers have one final sucker punch to the champion? It's a 14.614. Chalmers to the top in car number 23. Damien Hudson comes across with a 16.441, but a new quick time for Joe Chalmers, a 14.614 for Smoking Joe.
Woo, Joshy, they don't call him Smoking Joe for nothing. I tell you what, he's got that thing sorted now. In those hot laps, he nearly spun it twice. Didn't even look like it, so they've got that dialed in. That's pretty exciting stuff around here.
It is all to play for between Joe and Kai as we continue on with our qualifying session. Driving the number WA57, the young gun is Matt Roberts, chasing a 14.614 set by Joe Chalmers last time around. He brings it number 57 again, turn number 3, catching him out the entry into turn number 4. Still going to be a very representative time for Matt. It's a 16.752 on his first circulation of the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Can he improve on his run through 3 and 4? Much better that time from the 57 as he comes across the start-finish line into the 15s, if you don't mind. A 15.581 for Matt Roberts.
Really interested in this one with the 33. Warren was pretty terrible, and he'd admit that in the hot lap session. Joshy, so I'm really interested to see what the 33 of Warren Oldfield can do.
We're about to find out what the 6-time Pro Dirt Series champion can do. Driving the newly acquired ex-Freddie Kinsella number 33, it is Warren Oldfield, and he's joined by the Nomad out of Esperance, the 04 of Greg Horan. Oldfield goes into turn number 3 and 4 to set a benchmark, looking a lot more comfortable in the car than what he was in hot laps, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to have a go at Joe Chalmers in the number 23 to 16.234 for Woz on his opening lap. Greg Horan with a 17.9394. Warren Oldfield completes his 2 with a 16.259, so his first lap was better in the number 33 machine, with Greg Horan improving with a 17.077 in the W04 car. And Warren Oldfield just still not quite looking 100% in that newly acquired car. As we continue to roll on through the later part of your qualifying session. Driving the W62 for Bar 1 in Bunbury, it is Glenn Macbeth. Joining him out of Sydney, driving the Michael Holmes Performance Racing Products, number 6 is that of Bruce McKenzie. Macbeth comes across the line with a 16.753, McKenzie a 17.036. In his first ever appearance here at the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Macbeth has got the attitude in car number 62 as he comes across the line to complete his two, a 16.233 if you don't mind for Macbeth. Mackenzie settles with a 16.299 that he set on his second lap in qualifying. So they're all still chasing Joe Chalmers with a 14.614 as your final couple of cars make their way out onto the racetrack. Only a handful to come. He is a life member here at Kalgoorlie Speedway, driving the W90. It is that of David Boys, joining him on the racetrack. Out of Esperance, the W76 of Ben Shortens. It is elbows up as they go through 1 and 2. David Boys comes out of turn number 3 and 4 to complete his first of 2 and put himself on the timesheet with a 16.049. 16.049 for David Boys. As he comes through to complete his second lap as he punches it out of turn number 3 and 4. David Boys a 15.562, so he improves on his second one. Shortens doesn't improve on his 15.637 that he set on his first lap. So 15.637 for Ben. David Boys a 15.562. So the benchmark still sits at 14.614 by Joe Chalmers. Kai Blight at 14.646 at the top end of town. As we welcome the beautifully presented number 25 of Ryan Huxtable and the number 95 for Michael Holmes Racing Products. It is that of Abby Pickering for late model qualifying. Huxtable starts his first lap in the WA25. Abby Pickering also trips the timing meter and begin her first of 2 flying laps around the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Out of turn number 3 and 4 comes the number 25, gets it a little bit crossed up coming to the line, and he will have to settle for a 16.457 for Ryan Huxtable. It's a 16.176, so not too shabby at all for Abby Pickering on her first circulation, as Huxtable brings it out at turn number 3 and 4. Can he improve on a 16.4? He can, a 16.4 flat for Ryan Huxtable. Abby Pickering doesn't improve on a 16.278 on her second lap, so she will settle for a 16.176 in the WA95 machine. And I think that is the end of the road for qualifying, unless Sean Cubbage has been able to get the 7 car back underway, but it doesn't look likely at this stage. And if that is the case, Kalgoorlie International Speedway, put your hands together. Unless, is Cubbage actually got this thing back underway? And he's going to give it a go. He wasn't able to set a time earlier on due to dramas. And the lights are going out, so I stand corrected. I'm not going to speak too soon. We'll see if the 7 can lay down a lap.
Apparently there's an MSD box, something wrong with that, Joshy.
He's a man of many talents. He's our man on the infield, Jason Sutton, bringing us the scoop. Let's see what Cubbage can do then. Anything will improve his time at the moment, which currently stands at 0.000 for the number 7. As he brings it out to turn number 3 and 4. What can Sean Cubbage lay down? A 15.893 for Sean Cubbage on his one and only attempt at a qualifying lap. Not too shabby at all for the driver of the WA7. But, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Your quick time man tonight, driving the number WA23 with a 14.614. It is Joe Chalmers who goes quickest in qualifying here at Kalgoorlie.
On that, Jossie, he's got plenty of merchandise and bits and pieces down in the pit area too, Smokin' Joe. So if you get the opportunity to get into the pit area, go see the Car 23. You can pick up some cool merch right here at a fantastic night of racing. I can't wait for it to get all underway.
We are getting agonisingly close to the all-important hot laps, or first heat, I should say, for late models for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. They are long heat races, Jason, too. I don't know if you've actually seen that on the run sheet. They are 12 laps for each heat. That is a long way around for a heat.
Yeah, it is, Josh. It's something that we don't normally do with late models. So, yeah, it'd be quite interesting whether, you know, some guys go out there in that heat race and just go straight hard, or they think they can pace themselves a little bit. Depends who's around them too. You know, it's interesting. 12 laps. The track will change quite a fair bit, and people might not see that from the outside, but I can tell you what, I do see it from the inside. In those 12 lap heats, once you start the first one and we get through that first round, by the end, drivers will definitely tell you that the car changed the way it wanted to handle because the track changed so much. So it'll be interesting to see. They're going to put some water on, how they're going to do it. I think by talking to the drivers earlier on, they all expected that the track would probably dry off a little bit more, be a little bit slicker than it is already. And I think a lot of drivers are having problems with their gear settings because the revs at the end of the straights on some cars aren't quite where it's supposed to be. You heard Joe Chalmers, his car was revving beautifully. Same as Kai Blight's, they're on it. They know the meterage, they got to get down the straights and get off the car, then back on the gas. You'll see them get off the gas, settle the car, throw it in. It'll pick back up when they get back on the gas. So some of these guys haven't quite got the proper gearing for the length of the straights. They'll be in there now, just changing those things, and you'll see a lot more improvement in some of those cars as they come out for the first round of heats.
Still plenty more to come from the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Our track crew just currently running some laps around the top side of the racetrack just to try and widen this racetrack up as quickly as we possibly can. We've still got some really cool things going on. Of course, we mentioned just Jace, while it's a quick, quiet moment, you told me that we are not allowed to go back to Perth until you have had your photo with the Melbourne Cup. And I'm sure you're probably going to stick that to me. That is really cool to have that here in Kalgoorlie tonight.
It is. You don't often get opportunities in life to do things that sort of magnitude. You're talking about a cup that's world known, not just, you know, oh yeah, it's a cup. It's world known for winning this thing. And if you can get it done, it's a massive achievement. How many millions of dollars gets poured into horses, trainers, facilities, all around the world. Different countries come here to Melbourne to win that cup, and we have it right here, and it's fantastic that we have it. And it was won by Knight's Choice, owned by Cameron Bain, the managing director of our platinum sponsor tonight, Mincore. And just to have it here, if you get the opportunity, and I'm going to probably bugger on about it, bang on about it all night, but you know, you take a picture with that, get a selfie, send it to your mates and say, look what I've got, or look what I'm. They're not going to be able to do that, so make sure you don't miss that opportunity. Come around to the front of the bar if you can get there and get that picture taken.
Certainly once in a lifetime opportunity, and I can guarantee that we'll be finding our way down there at some point to get our photo with that incredible piece of hardware. Speaking of incredible pieces of hardware, the trophy that these late model boys are racing for tonight, I reckon hands down, that's the heaviest Speedway trophy in the country by an absolute country mile. It weighs a ton. That really cool trophy sitting in the club rooms right now.
Well, lucky some of these transporters are big enough to take it, because the weight alone, you wouldn't go on and go over tariff, because I don't know if you'd make it. But that is definitely, I've been around Australia, through America, that's the biggest, heaviest trophy that I've ever seen in a combined weight ever. So, yeah, I've seen the Knoxville Nationals trophies and all that kind of stuff. And they're nice and tall, but they're pretty light. I went over to pick that thing up today and I went, yeah, my back's probably not going to get that done. So whoever wins that, I reckon we should keep them up on the, you know, the podium, the dice over here near the bar when we do the trophy presentations, and we just make them sweat and hold it for another, 5 minutes.
We just keep getting people to take photos of them. Just, oh no, just hold on for another 5 minutes or so, mate. Yeah, just a couple more.
Just annoy them.
It is a really cool trophy. This is a fantastic event. It's really, really cool for myself and Jason to be up here and be part of this event. Of course, we are going live on our live stream as well. So for everyone tuning in at home, we welcome you to the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. We hope you're enjoying our fantastic live stream being brought to you by some incredibly hardworking people here at Kalgoorlie. The whole place has just been absolutely fantastic. The hospitality that we've got from when we arrived here in town, we came down this morning, but just everyone's been so great. It's a really cool event, and Jason, I know you've been around Speedway for many, many years and been to many, many events, but this one is a really cool one to be a part of.
Yeah, it is, Joshy, and it's great to be relatively new but already getting some note. You know, people win a lot of big races. You know, there's things like state titles, obviously national titles, and then you got different races around Western Australia. But the Red Dirt Rumble now is actually in the mix. People are saying, oh, I'm going to Kalgoorlie. And they're also saying a lot of times they're going down to Albany. And we know that there's a lot of race drivers from Kalgoorlie and Albany and Esperance that support the Pro Dirt Series in Perth. And it's great that the Perth guys come back and repay the favour. So the Late Model Western Australia committee are doing a great job. Snap-on Tools, Kalgoorlie International Speedway are doing a fantastic job. Plus, you know, the Albany, Esperance, just trying to make it all work. So this trophy will just get more valuable to win because they're going to get more cars. To have as many cars as we got here tonight and have done since the inception of it is actually a great deal because we travelled 7 hours just to get here to be a part of it.
100%, and I'll do it again in a heartbeat. The whole Kalgoorlie is got a fantastic facility. We need to get out here more often, I think. It's a fantastic place. To Dean, his entire committee, we take your hats off to. It's a fantastic venue that you guys got, and the crowd as well. They've packed this place in tonight, and that's really, really cool. This is, of course, the final show for Kalgoorlie this season. We're going off with a bang with the late models. A monster fireworks display to come at halftime as well. I'm a big kid at heart, so fireworks always get my adrenaline going. So it's really, we got action on and off the track throughout the entire night. A little bit of work just going down on the racetrack. We're not going to be too far away from getting into things good and proper. Still plenty more to come from the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Well, Jason, you probably have one of the coolest spots in the house as we've got a pretty packed ute going around the racetrack. That monster trophy that we were literally just talking about has probably exceeded the GVM of that big F truck by quite some margin. And then we've got a couple of blokes who have done a thing or two in the world of late model racing in the back as well.
Yeah, just a couple. You know, there's a bloke called Michael Holmes who's won this event. Smoking Joe Chalmers, and ex-Australian champions in there. He's won this event. Current Australian champion Kai Blight, and he's won this event. And also Cameron Bain with the Melbourne Cup. Don't get much cooler than that, and you got the Red Dirt Rumble trophy thanks to Mincore right there with it. So I tell you what, there's a bit of hardware in the back of this thing. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Flash your lights. You know, say g'day, because this is a pretty special moment in the history of Kalgoorlie Speedway right now, and you're a part of it. Come on, people. Scream, shout, say g'day, yell out. These guys come here to put on a show for you. You're running around in that back of the ute, and I tell you what, they're all pumped up to get this job done tonight and win a fantastic race and have the Melbourne Cup. You guys in Kalgoorlie have always supported this racetrack. It's a fantastic event, great racetrack to be a part of. Put your hands together, flash lights, do whatever you like, because I tell you what, you won't get too many big moments in the history of Speedway right now.
Just looking on the live pictures up here in the commentary box from our fantastic streaming team that we got here tonight. And I reckon that's probably one of the coolest shots in the history of West Australian Speedway racing. That's the way. There's a few headlights starting to get around now. We got some of the best of late model drivers and the best of the best hardware in not only Speedway racing, but world horse racing in the Melbourne Cup. I don't think we'll ever see something like this again, unless it's incredibly unlikely. So Kalgoorlie International Speedway, be proud, you are part of some incredible sports history here tonight in the Goldfields. As they go around their final opportunity to make yourselves heard before we get really stuck into the business end of things, with round number 1 of heat racing to come for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Pretty cool moment to be part of here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Michael Holmes, former race winner, former national champion in Joe Chalmers, your quick time man tonight. And of course, your current Australian champion in Kai Blight, Jason Sutton, the media man at heart through and through. Cannot miss the opportunity to grab a photo down there in turns number 3 and 4. For what has been a really cool moment to be part of. And it's going to be a hotly contested cup. It's the 1 horsepower versus 800 that we got. That's the gimmick that we're rolling with tonight with the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Heat race number 2 of the Street Stocks and Productions are not too far away. Heat race number 1 was an absolute barnstormer, and heat race number 2 promises to be just that again. It's coming up in a few moments' time. Well, here we are for heat race number 2 for the Street Stocks and Productions over 10 laps. And it looks like we already have a casualty with the number 10 of Tilly Leonard being pushed out of the gate straight to the infield. So with Luke Barnwell in the number 36 on the pole for this one. Alongside him, Tina Ingram hoping to have sorted out the gremlins in the number 33 Holden Commodore. Coming from the inside second row, driving the Ultra Engines, number 86 is that of Wayne Livingston. Your heat race number 1 winner, driving the number 21 is that of Ray Leonard. Coming from the inside third row, the number WA 71 is that of Tanya Kemp. The 78 machine of Johnny Henderson. The 32 of Ben Ferris in the Mitsubishi Magna. And unfortunately, Tilly Leonard looks like is going to be a DNS for this second heat. of Street Stocks and Productions. 10 laps is the journey around the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway as part of Mincore 2025 Red Dirt Rumble. Set for a start, hopefully next time around, with Barnwell and Ingram on the front row. Keep an eye out for the number 21 coming from the inside third row. What a race we had between himself, Wayne Livingston, and you can throw Luke Barnwell in that mix as well, your pole sitter for this one. It's part of the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. Productions and Street Stocks on the support card. Should be good for a start this time around. This is heat race number 2 of the Street Stocks and Proddies. That was going to be our start, but Tilly Leonard has thankfully joined the party in car number 10. So we'll give him one more rolling lap as she slots into a spot on the outside of Wayne Livingston on the second row of the grid. So we have a full field this time to go around for heat race number 2. Ten laps, the journey. Heat race number 2 of the Street Stocks and Productions, and no surprise, the first to make a move is that of Ray Leonard from the inside third row. And he might have just made a mockery of all of us as they're almost 3 wide through turn 1 and 2, with Barnwell surviving the onslaught, and he will lead down the back straight for the first time. Wayne Livingston on the outside had a good run in car number 86, so Leonard had a great start, but it's really capitalised to only a third spot as he comes past the start-finish line for the first time. Barnwell leads lap number 1. Second is Livingston, then it's back to Ray Leonard, then we're back to Ingram, who's actually been able to complete a lap in car number 33, so we're making good improvements, then we're back to Leonard. But once again, Wayne Livingston, he was a bridesmaid at the conclusion of heat race number 1. He's going to try and go one better on the back bumper of Luke Barnwell as they come past the start-finish line once again. It was 0.4 of a second between your race leader and Wayne Livingston. They've skipped away from the number 21 of Ray Leonard as once again Livingston giving your race leader the hurry up as they go into turn number 3 and 4 once again. They've skipped away from the 21 machine of Leonard, and it is on at the front end of town. It was 0.1 of a second. Livingston still giving him a massive hurry up as they go down the back straight. Bit of breathing space between them as they come out of turn number 3 and 4, but Levo is not going to go away. It's 0.144 of a second last time around. It must be down to under a second now. It is. It's 0.4 as they go through 1 and 2 once again. This time it's Levo who runs a little bit high and wide. Third is still Ray Leonard. Then it's Ingram in 4th. Further back to Ferris. Then we go back to Tilly Leonard. Rounding him out in your field is Johnny Henderson and Tanya Kemp in the 71, but Wayne Livingston is harassing Luke Barnwell at the moment. Glued to the back bumper as here comes Levo with a run to the inside. He does not need a second invitation. He tries to muscle Barnwell up into the marbles, and Livingston hits the front as they come past the start-finish line once again. It's now Livingston, Barnwell, back then to Leonard, then we're back to Ingram. Rounding out your top 5 is the Magna of Ferris, then we're back to Tilly Leonard in car number 10. Then it's Henderson in the 78, and Kemp rounds out your field as Livingston now with clean racetrack ahead of him is making full advantage of it as he comes on to complete lap number 6 of 10 here in heat race number 2 of the Productions Sedans and Street Stocks. 3 heats in a final for our Productions and Street Stocks, and this one has got Wayne Livingston's name all over it as he comes up on the lap traffic as he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. He begins lap number 8, and he is skipping away from Luke Barnwell. He is now well and truly clear to 3.3 seconds. Here's the veteran of WA Production Sedan Racing as he puts Kemp 1 lap down as he goes into turn number 3. The white flag is being prepared downstairs. There is one more time around for Wayne Livingston in car number 86. And I think he's pretty much going to go home and do this one. 3.1 seconds between himself and Barnwell, who's now battling the traffic on the outside as he comes out of turn number 2. But through turn number 3 and 4, he took a while for him to get the job done, but then it was his race to win. Wayne Livingston takes out heat race number 2 of Productions and Street Stocks, defeating Luke Barnwell. Ray Leonard will come home in 3rd. Tina Ingram will just hold on for a 4th place finish, with Ben Ferris, Tilly Leonard in the W810, Johnny Henderson and Tanya Kemp concludes your runners. The winning margin in the end, 2.29 seconds between Wayne Livingston and Luke Barnwell. Ray Leonard, a good bag of points coming home in 3rd to back up his heat race win earlier on. One more heat race to come for our Productions and Street Stocks, and then their 20-lap final. But we now turn our attention to the first of 3 heat races for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for our late models, Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight, proving themselves in qualifying that they are the ones to beat early on. It's 2 qualifying heats, 12 laps apiece, and then we'll take the top 10 and throw them into a pole shootout to determine who will start tonight's 35-lap final on the pole. Jason, it's been a big warm-up to this moment. We've done qualifying. We've seen cars that we thought would excel. We've seen guys struggle, but it all comes down to this. It's the first group of heats for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure you are too downstairs.
Very excited, Joshy, because a bit of an unknown still, some of these drivers. And when you look back on what they did in qualifying, people like Ben Strawtons, he was actually right on it. And he did one really good lap and couldn't quite back it up with the next one. Sean Cubbage, when he went out for his 1 lap, he was on it as well. So these guys are definitely starting to develop what they need in the race car to get them comfortable around this racetrack. So looking forward to that. Also, what people might not understand when they watch racing a lot of times is late models do a double file restart. Now, no, we don't want to see yellows and restarts, but when we get a restart, it's called a Delaware double file restart, which means it puts everyone back in the hunt. So sometimes it can go for you, sometimes it can go against you. So that'll pan out during the night too. It'll be interesting to see who capitalizes on that. But this racetrack right now, I'm telling you by looking at it, if someone's got and I know there's children in the crowd, so I'm not going to say too much, but the kahunas to get on the outside of this racetrack about half high right now, they can make that work and will pass cars.
It's all to play for. This is heat race number 1, the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. 12 laps is the distance. Lining up on the pole, he was your fastest qualifier. The Shift Realty number 23, former national champion, former winner. It is Joe Chalmers. Joining him out in the field, the WA 57 of Matt Robbins, the WA 62 of Glenn Macbeth, the 25 of Ryan Huxtable, the 24 of Jeff Powell, and one final car just getting a little help onto the racetrack out of Esperance. It is the number 199 of Jeff Diggerson. That is your field. Heat race number 1 of the V8 Dirt late models for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. Here we go. Smoking Joe Chalmers off the pole with Matt Robbins on his outside. 12 laps the journey. He raced number 1 for the 800 horsepower late models is underway. And Chalmers, no surprise, with the best of the start. He leads comfortably through turns number 1 and 2, but it's a yellow. So a false start to kickstart our program.
Was he a bit hungry on the start? Did Smoking Joe go early, or did someone else? Because he got a lot of traction. He wants to get this job done straight away.
So someone has got the big no, you don't, from our stewarding team next door. So we'll line them up and do it again. Chalmers and Robbins, row number 1. Macbeth and Huxtable, row number 2. Take number 2 of asking. He races number 1 for the late models is underway once again. It's another messy start further back through the pack. And we don't even make it into turn number 1 this time before the yellows come on again. So we've gone for 2 and we've had 2 unsuccessful starts. That was a messy start, Jason.
Yeah, the guys are edgy. They're not mucking around. I'm telling you, you think they would say, okay, first heat, let's just get through that. We've got a long night to go. They're edgy. They want to get into it. Smoking Joe almost went early again, and he would have been pinged, I'm sure, by the Chief Steward. Mick Reynolds doing a great job tonight. Robbins wants to get a little bit of a lead on him going actually into 3, about a half a car length to make that a bit equal coming out of 4. This is going to be a really interesting start.
Let's do it again. Take number 3, third time lucky is what they say. Heat race number 1, still 12 laps on the time clock. Chalmers and Robbins. That looks a lot better, but were they early before the greens came on? We'll find out. So going to turn number 1 and 2 was an even start from the front row this time. We make it through turns number 1 and 2 and down the back straight. We stay green. Chalmers leads him into turn number 1. Robbins in second, Huxtable third. On the outside of him is McBee. Then we go back to Dickerson. Rounding him out is Jeff Powell in the number 24. Lap number 1 goes to Joe Chalmers. He's already eked out a 0.9 second advantage. Back to Matt Robbins, and I reckon it'll be well and truly over a second as he brings it out at turn number 3 and 4 once again to complete lap number 2. A 14.835 that time around for Smoking Joe. 2.1 seconds, if you don't mind, between himself and Matt Robbins. Still the battle for third and fourth between Huxtable and Macbeth in cars number 25 and 62. Then we go back to Dickerson, and Jeff Powell rounds him out as McBeath goes to the inside of Ryan Huxtable. That is in for third spot. Macbeth through. Huxtable fights back on the inside, gets the crisscross. Here comes the 62 on the outside once again. A fantastic scrap for third and fourth at the moment between Macbeth and Huxtable as they go out of turn number 3 and 4. It looks like Macbeth's got the better of the battle, but it's all Joe Chalmers out in front. Car number 23 is a long way gone from Robbins. Then it's Macbeth. Then we're back to Huxtable, Dickerson, and Powell rounds him out. Chalmers comes across the line once again. He is out to 5.5 seconds. Back to Matty Robbins in the cars 57 as he will come up on the lap traffic. The Shift Realty Roth Cattle Company machine comes past the start-finish line once again. 14.763 was his quickest time that he set on lap number 3. So he's not wasting time here in heat race number 1 for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble as he now hits the lap traffic in the form of Jeff Powell and Jeff Dickerson. It is all Joe Chalmers, a long way out in front from Matt Robbins. The gap last time around, if you don't mind, was 6.84 seconds. So he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. He dispatches of Powell. He dispatches of the 199 of Dickerson. Next on his gun side is the number 25 of Ryan Huxtable. As he goes down the back straight into turn number 3 and 4, and a handful of laps remain of the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway for your former national champion. As he comes past the start-finish line once again, looks to go to the outside of Ryan Huxtable as he comes out of turn number 2. He is lapped up to position number 4 at the moment here in this 12-lap heat. Has Smoking Joe Chalmers as he comes out of turn number 3 and 4 once again. Track time starting to slow up. It was a 15.2 last time around for Smoking Joe. So they're starting to slow up in the later part of this race. He's 10 seconds clear of the rest of the field. out of turn number 3 and 4. White flags out. 1 to go for car number 23 of Joe Chalmers, who has lapped up to position number 4. I don't think he'll quite catch Macbeth at this time, but out of turn number 3 and 4, heat race number 1 goes to smoking Joe Chalmers. Long way back to car number 57 of Matt Roberts, who's just coming across the start-finish line now. A monster win for Joe Chalmers. Robbins comes home in second. Glenn McBeath will come home in position number 3. Ryan Huxtable, Jeff Dixon and Jeff Powell, that's how they finish heat race number 1. Almost 10 seconds clear, the winning margin at the conclusion of that one. Took a couple of attempts to get going, but ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him as he comes past you once again. In dominant fashion, your quick time man takes top points at the end of heat race number 1. It is car number 23 of Smoking Joe Chalmers, who takes out the first 12-lap heat by over 10 seconds to Matt Roberts. He pulls up on the start-finish line. Our man Jason Sutton is downstairs to have a chat with Joe Chalmers.
Cool race, straight up. Great scrap for third. But this guy in car number 23 just wrote a letter, put it in a bottle, and sent a message to the rest of the field. I reckon, and I'm sure everyone else does too, that this man is going to probably catch fire by the end of the night. He's that fast. Smoking Joe Chalmers. You had a little bit of dramas in hot laps. Couldn't quite get 3 and 4 quite right. You nearly spun the car a couple of times. What changes did you make to get the car that fast coming out in heat number 1?
No, there's definitely a driver change in that one there. The car was good. I just wasn't driving into the way I needed to be doing it. So pretty much back to my own drawing board for my own brain, and no, we figured it out. You know, we got a good car. We haven't changed it much from Melbourne last week. Know what I needed to do, so yeah, it's good.
You lapped up to 4th this time, but I tell you what, the car was super settled going into 1 and 2. You right on the, right on the brakes just a little bit to keep the car settled down. But there is a racetrack here tonight. You can get on the outside at the moment, about half track. Yeah,
it's not too bad. It's drying up on the bottom there. It's getting a bit crummy up top, but I think a few more heat races there, a few more cars, it's going to definitely widen up later on.
Well, I tell you what, Smoking Joe Chalmers is on fire tonight. Put your hands together for car number 23, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Jason, for all your work downstairs, and congratulations to Joe Chalmers on a dominant heat race number 1 victory over Matt Robbins. Heat race number 2 on the racetrack, and again, it's another stacked field of cars. He's your current Australian number 1. He won it at the Perth Motorplex a couple of months ago. He is also a Red Dirt Rumble champion. Now residing out of Albany, driving the XR1 Rocket. Your Australian champion of Pty Ltd lines up on the pole. In this field, he's coming from the inside second row, driving the number 33 ex-Freddie Kinsella machine is that of Warren Oldfield. Ben Strawton, we actually touched on this man just after qualifying. He was actually on the pace in his machine out of Esperance, so he's going to be one to watch in the mid-pack of this field. The 04, the Nomad, as is officially known, also out of Esperance, is that of Greg Horan. Also in this field, the 90. The 88, I should say, of Chevy Johnson. And Sean Cubbage with the MSD failure in qualifying, laid down a solid lap, and he'll start from position number 4. But we are ready to go. Heat race number 2 for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. It's an even start, but no surprise, it's going to be Pty Ltd who leads him through turn number 1 and 2 and down the back straight for the first time. Strawton sits in the second place. Warren Oldfield slots in the third. 4th is that of Cubbage, and we go back to Horan. Rounding him out is Chevy Johnson in the number 88. 1.6 seconds the margin already between Pty Ltd and Strawtons as they go into turn number 3 and 4 for the second time. The AFI towing Light Auto Electrics number 1 is not hanging around here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. He's already out to 3.5 seconds. It's a 14.14 last time around. Can he break into the 13th, your national champion? A 14.191. We are tantalizingly close to a 13-second lap from your national champion in Kai Blight. He's a long way out in front as he goes through to 14.2 last time around as he catches up on the back of Chevy Johnson. Strawton's in second, Oldfield third. They are nowhere in the picture for your national champion in Kai Blight. 6.6 seconds out in front last time around as he puts Johnson 1 lap down. Points the nose of the Australian number 1 into turn number 3. He will come up on Greg Horan and Sean Cullage as they come out of turn number 3 and 4 once again. Your race leader is Kai Blight, and he's out by a monster margin to Strawtons, who's having a great battle with Warren Oldfield for second and third as your leader continues to hit the traffic. 9.1 seconds between Strawtons and Blight as he comes up on more lap traffic. So they come out of turn number 3 and 4. To the bottom, your race leader puts Horan 1 lap down. Handful of laps to go. Comes up on Covage. 14.14, still the best time. Strawton's still holding on from Warren Oldfield in second and third as Covage eats the curb coming out of turn number 3 and 4. Blight to the inside, puts him 1 lap down with a couple of laps to go. Can Kai Blight do it? Can Kai Blight lap the field in a 12-lap affair? He will want to get a wriggle on, but my God, he's got to move on in car number 1 at the moment. Through turn number 1 and 2, they go once again. The white flag is being prepared downstairs. He can see Warren Oldfield and Ben Strawtons, who is third and second in this race. The white flag comes out. He's got 1 more lap. Can he lap the field? It's going to be a very tall ask, but as he runs down the back straight for the final time, he's almost going to win by 1 whole lap of the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Kai Blight dominates heat race number 2. Strawtons will come home for second if he can hold off Warren Oldfield. He's got Chevy Johnson making his life a little bit harder for him. So going into turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. Strawtons will get there and hold on. Oldfield will come home in third. Then we go back to Sean Covage, Greg Horan, and Chevy Johnson rounds out your runners. And that was absolute domination with a capital D from Kai Blight. That was almost 1 full lap. Jason, let me get this through your head. 16.32 seconds, the winning margin between Blight and Strawtons. Absolute domination from the Australian champion.
Well, you don't see many laps done like that at any racetrack. And I'll tell you what, the 2 times Australian late model champion is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. How cool was that? Kai Blight. You just chilled, mate. You're just looking at me like, yeah, whatever. I'll tell you what, you're getting that car around here pretty nice. You definitely changed a couple of things since hot laps, though, because it wasn't what you wanted, but that thing's screaming around here now.
Yeah, all I did was put my big boy pants on. That's all it took, mate. This track's really, really fast right now, so we got a sporty little hot rod, that's for damn sure, and we need it too, because there's a whole lot of good cars here, so probably go back and check the RPMs and make sure they weren't over 9,000 and go from there.
Now, I know that you and Joe Chalmers, pretty good friends, both national champions, got a little bit of competition going probably tonight. You're going to go back in there, because you won your heat probably by a little bit more than he did, and just look at him and say, not quite fast enough, bud.
It's a bit early in the night for that. He's no joke, man. He's going to the US and he's going to bloody put Australia on the map over there. So, no, I think we have a bloody fast race car. So, who knows, man? As I said, early in the night and a whole lot more to go. So, massive thanks to Dean and everyone here at Kalgoorlie, because those guys put in a massive effort to get us here, and we sure appreciate it. And I got Dad and Granddad with me tonight. It's super cool, and just want to say hello to Jamie and Huey back home, and hopefully we talk to you again, Jace.
How cool is that to have the Aussie champ in the house? Kai Blight, your heat number 2 winner.
And Jason, I've been informed by the team up here as well. It's a new lap record, 3/10 quicker from Kai Blight with a 14.1, 3/10 quicker than the 14.4 that Kai Blight set a couple years ago. So that's how quick he is. It's a new lap record here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
We are witnessing some exciting stuff and some history being made on a lot of levels tonight.
We now move to our final heat for round number 1. And I reckon this is probably going to be one of the most hotly contested heats that we've seen so far. Starting from the pole, driving the WA 90, he is a life member here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. He's Kalgoorlie born and bred. It is the 90 of David Boys. Alongside him, looking to break the Kalgoorlie curse here tonight, driving the Michael Holmes Racing Products, number 95 is that of Abby Pickering. All the way from Sydney, driving the Victoria number 6 for Michael Holmes Racing Products is that of Bruce McKenzie in his first appearance here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Another Kalgoorlie local lines up alongside him in the W80 machine is that of Damien Hudson, and your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion driving the local car, number 75 is that of Michael Holmes.
Joshy, I'm just going to jump in. Those that were here for the late model race when Abby Pickering flipped over, unfortunately those two cars on the front row tangled for that to happen. All of a sudden they're right beside each other again when Abby's come back to redeem herself.
This could be a barnstormer. 12 laps still on the clock, a field of 5. Let's see what this one has in store for us. The final heat race of round number 1 is underway, and it's a very even dispatch, and they're getting the elbows out into turn number 1 as David Boys tries to give the don't argue to Abby Pickering, who swoops back on the inside. Pickering leads into turn number 3 for the first time. Boys slots in a second, third is Hudson, then we're back to McKenzie. The reigning champion hasn't been able to fire a shot in the opening lap so far in car number 75. It's a 3-car go as Boys back to the inside. Pickering tries to fight back. They exchange paint once again as Pickering now back to the inside. Gets a push halfway through turn number 3. That will allow David Boys to skip away. Boys leads lap number 2. So they go through 1 and 2 once again. The 90 starts to skip away from Pickering. Then we're back to Hudson. Further back is Bruce McKenzie. Michael Holmes is not really having a great time of life at the moment in car number 75. So they come past the start-finish line once again. It's Boys, back then to Pickering. Bit of fresh air between those two now. Then we go back to Hudson. Further back is McKenzie in car number 6 as sparks fly from Michael Holmes in car number 75 as he finds the concrete on the curb of the racetrack as they come past the start-finish line once again. It's getting close between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, allowing Boise to skip away. The gap was 2.6 seconds between Boys and Pickering that last time around. Back then to Hudson and McKenzie. David Boys comes across the line once again. It was 2.7 seconds last time around between himself and Pickering. That gap has been maintained between cars 90 and 95. Back then to Hudson, who still again hasn't been able to make any inroads in car number 80. McKenzie in his first few laps of Kalgoorlie International Speedway and heat race competition is next. With your reigning champion of Michael Holmes. Looks like he's got a handful at the moment in the borrowed car. Through turn number 3 and 4 they go once again. Boys looking pretty comfortable. It's now getting really close for 2nd and 3rd between Pickering and Hudson. They've exchanged paint once again. So they go into turn number 1. Hudson's up in the marbles. That might open the door for McKenzie for a moment to move up into position number 3, but it wasn't quite close enough. But it's a great scrap for the minor placings as Pickering's trying to hold off the charge from Hudson. Further back is McKenzie, and Michael Holmes continuing to fall out of the picture in car number 75. But it's all David Boys. He's 4.5 seconds clear of Abby Pickering this last time around. So they come past the start-finish line once again to start the last few circulations of the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. 4.7 now between Pickering and David Boys, who's looking really comfortable in car number 90. He's done a lot of laps around here in car number 90, and he's doing it well here in heat race number 3. 5.3 seconds clear of Abby Pickering, Damien Hudson and Bruce McKenzie. Just keeping him honest as I speak though. McKenzie gets all out of shape on the exit of turn number 2, does the man from Sydney. The white flag is out. There is one more time around for car number 90 of David Boys, who had to work for it, but he's looking super comfortable in the clean air, and he will take out heat race number 3. Goes to the Kalgoorlie man of David Boys. Abby Pickering will come home in 2nd in car number 95. Damien Hudson will come home 3rd. 4th will be that of Bruce McKenzie. And Michael Holmes in car number 75 completes your 5-car field. The winning margin in the end, 5.6 seconds between David Boys and Abby Pickering, with the fastest lap set by your race winner, a 15.344 of car number 90 of David Boys, and he just looked super comfortable once he got clear of the traffic. There's a bit of elbows out stuff between your front row for the first couple of laps, but he was born and raised in Kalgoorlie, only recently relocated back to the Big Smoke in Perth, but he scores top points in the third and final heat for round number 1 of the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble, and he'll pull up and have a chat with our man downstairs, Mr. Jason Sutton.
Gives me great pleasure to introduce your Heat 3 winner, Kalgoorlie's own. Give it up, car number 90, David Boys. Car looked really settled. I tell you what, in that one, Slim Shady in the 95 nearly threw away second place. Shady and Hutto had a great battle for second and third there. But I'm going to talk to this man. Pretty quietly spoken, goes about his business pretty chilled. But Boise, you'd be happy with that right now because the car looked pretty good, mate, and looks like it settled in nice.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. When I went out for hot laps, she was a bag of shit. But basically, yeah, no, it seemed pretty well there. A couple of little nudges at the start, but I didn't mean anything by it.
Translation to everyone else, the car wasn't very good. When you go side by side on a racetrack like this, you know, there's not a lot of room there at the moment. But you moved up, Slim Shady in the 95 got you back under, but you didn't give up, mate. You went back at it, and the car handled really good in the 3 and 4, and you got it back. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, no, it definitely was turning in pretty well there, and I enjoyed that. Definitely, catch my breath back after that one. She was go, basically on the wheel.
Good valuable points, mate. The Kalgoorlie man, car number 90, David Boys. All right, bud. Give me that.
Thank you very much, Jason. I just want to play mention of it too. Obviously, incredibly short turnaround times for our late model competitors as well. We've only got the productions and street stocks on the support card. They're out for their third and final round of heat racing already. So incredibly quick turnaround times. These late models are pretty complex things, and as the track changes, obviously a lot of guys want to try and make some changes to these cars, but they really don't have a lot of time. So it's going to be pretty busy in and around the pit paddock for our late models as we conclude round number 1 for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025, with Joe Chalmers, Kai Blight, and David Boys getting one for Kalgoorlie in that third and final heat race of round number 1. Street stocks and productions back out on the racetrack. Heat race number 1, of course, taken out by Ray Leonard in the number 21 machine. Wayne Livingston fought back in car number 86 to win heat race number 2. Looks like we are still just waiting for a couple more cars. It looks like, I dare say, Tilly Leonard has probably done a clutch or something of that nature in car number 10 as she continues to roll around. It looks like that might be the field. So have we lost your 2 heat race winners in Leonard and Livingston out of this one? So we've got a little bit of a depleted field for this final 10-lap heat for our productions and street stocks here at the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Tanya Kemp, who will line up on the pole in car number 71. Your black Holden Commodore. Henderson on the outside in the number 78. Luke Barnwell. Good opportunity for him to bag some points with no Ray Leonard and Wayne Livingston in this field. Tina Ingram in the number 33 and Ben Ferris in the 32 are the cars we got going around for this third and final qualifying heat for our street stocks and productions as part of the Mincore 2025 Red Dirt Rumble for our late models. So we're down 2. Man, they're the 2 cars that have tasted victory so far tonight in Ray Leonard and Wayne Livingston. So this one's all to play for. Heat race number 3 of the productions and street stocks is underway. Keep an eye out for Luke Barnwell, looking already to the inside as they go into turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. It looks like Barnwell might just get the job on Kemp, who holds strong around the outside. And Tilly Leonard also in car number 10. Not going to make his work easy for him as she goes right around the outside, tries to dive back to the inside of Kemp, and I think Tilly might actually do this in car number 10 as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. It's Leonard who leads lap number 1 from Kemp. Barnwell. Further back is Ingram in the 33 with Ferris, as there's a bit of argy-bargy going on in the mid-pack. Couple of them going this, there, and everywhere. Henderson rounds him out in car number 78, but it's Leonard. 2.3 seconds clear of the rest of the field with Barnwell. We almost have to check if Ray Leonard hasn't jumped in the number 10 car for this one, because leaving the field for dead. So that or Tilly is doing a fantastic job with a 19.977, 1.8 seconds clear of Barnwell. Battle rages on for 3rd, 4th and 5th, but they're 3 wide between the two Commodores and the little Magna, with Tina Ingram getting the best of the battle, moving up into position number 3. Ferris to the inside with a little lick of flame out of the Magna as he goes through into position number 4. Kemp back to 5th, and Henderson rounds out your field. But it's 5.7 seconds between Leonard and Barnwell in this one. They come out of turn number 3 and 4 to complete lap number 5 for car number 10. I'm just going to stick with Leonard. I'm going to play that as a safe bet. From Barnwell, Ingram, Ferris, Kemp, Henderson. That's your field of Street Stocks and Productions as they go down the back straight once again. All found their own piece of real estate to play with around the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway here in heat race number 3. Closest battle we got on racetrack is that between Ingram and Ferris, who now looks to go to the inside in the Mitsubishi as they go through 1 and 2. Ingram in the Commodore holds on to the spot for the moment, but Ferris now going to try the outside run on the outside as they go into turn number 3 and 4 once again. Side by side for 3rd and 4th. Ingram once again managing to hold on as your top two have really started to skip away. Leonard and Barnwell. Long way clear in this one from Ingram, Ferris. Move back to Kemp, Henderson. So the order remains unchanged, mostly for the duration of this one, as they all chase down car number 10 of Leonard. Barnwell, Ingram and Ferris, as now Barnwell retires in car number 36. So there's dramas for the man out of position number 2 as he now retires to the infield as the white flag comes out for your race leader. Car number 10 of Leonard leads down the back straight for the final time. Tyler Tilley, who's done a fantastic job and dominated this one. Or have they done a sneaky car swap and no one's told me, but it's a Leonard car who gets the job done in heat race number 3. Second will now go to Ingram in car number 33. Ferris will come home in position number 3. It's going to be a race for 4th and 5th to the line between Hendo and Kemp. Drag race, so it's going to be Kemp who will get there. Johnny Henderson, 5th and final car running. Luke Barnwell, unfortunately, only completing the 8 laps in car number 36. And we did not see the number 21 of Ray Leonard and the 86 of Wayne Livingston take the start for the 3rd and final qualifying heat for Productions and Street Stocks. And just like that, we already said goodbye to our late models a few moments ago. But already we're up to event number 13 on the program. It's heat races 4, 5 and 6 for our late models. Going to be another round of Street Stocks and Productions to give our late models a little bit of turnaround time before we go into our top 10 pole shuffle for our late models. That'll be, of course, the monster fireworks display, which I'm very much looking forward to at our interval break. 20 laps for the Street Stocks and Production final, and then 35 laps for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Heats for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Dickinson, Horan, Huxtable, Oldfield, Robbins, and Blight. That's how they start this one.
If you got your phone, I would get it out right now. You might see something pretty special.
We're not wasting any time for this one. Your Australian champion coming from the back. Dickinson and Horan, your front row. Heat race number 3 is on. Heat race number 4, I should say, is underway. Horan gets the best of the start. Oldfield's made up a couple spots. He dives in a second. Here comes Kai Blight to the outside of Robbins. Your Australian champion is going to try and sell some T-shirts on the top of Kalgoorlie Speedway. He's up to position number 3. Your Australian champ's on a charge. Horan leads lap number 1. Make that Warren Oldfield who hits the front. Blight already up to position number 2. It is now Oldfield versus Blight as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Car number 33 has the nose in front just 0.2 of a second from your national champion in Kai Blight. 3/4 track high. Look to go to the outside. Nothing there for him. He goes super deep into turn number 3. Oldfield's making him work for it. Blight to the inside. Blight hits the front. It was 0.05 of a second between them. As now Oldfield, has he got a response for your national champion? I don't think he does. Blight is gone. Your Australian champion from the back of the bus leads from Warren Oldfield. We got a spinner further back. Dickinson half spins the car and he heads to the infield. It's Blight, Oldfield, Horan, Robbins and Huxtable with Dickinson going the scenic route on the exit of turn number 4. But it is Kai Blight with a 14.370. It's a new quick lap of the race for the AFI towing rocket as he goes to the outside of Dickinson to put him 1 lap down. He is dominating once again. Heat race number 4. Oldfield 2nd, Horan 3rd, Robbins is 4th, then it's Huxtable and Dickinson. That's your field. The race we got at the moment is between the 04 and the 57 of Matt Roberts, who's looking very racy at the moment in car number 57. So he tries to find a way past the nomad Greg Horan. So come out of turn number 3 and 4. Your leader is entering turn number 3. He is out by 5.3 seconds the last time around. Kai Blight from Warren Oldfield. Horan and Robbins, then we're back to Huxtable. Then it's back to your race leader as he comes out of turn number 2. Down the back straight he goes. He is 6.4 seconds clear of the 6-time Pro Dirt Series champion in Warren Oldfield. Blight, Oldfield, Horan, Robbins. Order remains unchanged. Just hasn't quite got anything for Horan at the moment. Has Matt Robbins. That's where the real race is. For 3rd and 4th is Kai Blight right around the outside of Ryan Huxtable. He's in another postcode at the moment. Is your Australian champion. They're side by side further back between Robbins and Horan. So it's a great scrap as the white flag comes out. Forget your leader. He's out of here. The race at the moment is between the 04 and the 57 as they go down the back straight for the final time. Through turn number 3 and 4. Blight will win this one easily from the back. Kai Blight goes 2 from 2. Second will be Warren Oldfield. The race is now between Horan and Robbins, who've put on a fantastic scrap for the minor placings. Oldfield comes across the line in second. Robbins has another lunge into turn number 3. It's not going to be enough. Horan will hold on. Robbins will be next across the line, not without a valiant effort of trying. Then we're back to Ryan Huxtable and Jeff Dickinson rounds out your field. Well, Jason Sutton did say at the start of this one we were probably going to witness something pretty special. And special it was indeed. He was up to position number 3 by the time we even completed lap number 1. And just can anyone keep down your Australian number 1 at the moment? Jason Sutton, that was really cool, and I'm sure it looked awesome from your view.
Dang, that boy's on fire. I tell you what, you know, to see something like that around a racetrack, it's just passionate. It's unbelievable. Just on it, but he's approaching the both ends at 2 different types. So it's interesting. I'm going to ask him about that because, yeah, he's definitely approaching what he's doing in 1 and 3 a little bit different. To make that pass on Oldfield, he actually had to set that up. And Warren's a wily old veteran. He would have known Kai's hunting him, and he would have heard him, he would have felt him around, but Kai just had to wait that extra, just 1 lap to get that car settled down and A-frame that sort of 3 and 4. So I'm going to ask him about that now. Kai, you're entering the 2 corners, 1 and 3 a little bit different. The car's obviously handling a little bit different, track's a bit different. You hunted Warren then, you had to wait probably that little extra half a lap to get him, and he dimed in that corner, but you beautifully got him out of full.
Yeah, I mean, we're just lucky to have Graham and Linda McSweeney fund us ripper engine. You know, that's the difference right now. I feel like this thing's just got so much horsepower, and that's the difference. So really lucky, really thankful for the opportunity. Got to say massive thanks to Cody Roberts as well. He's been busting his butt. He probably just come to hang out, and I've got him working and sweating and bleeding, and I sure appreciate that. And yeah, how good is it to be in Kalgoorlie?
You race, win yes, but fun first. Looks like you're having fun, dude. Describe that right now, getting around Kalgoorlie International Speedway, and thanks to Snap-on Tools for the sponsorship for that.
Honestly, until you've driven one of these cars, I just can't explain it to you, Jace. It's just, when you've got 850 horsepower underneath your right foot and the track's as fast as it is and that car's steering and doing everything right, it's horn is what it is.
I'm going to hold you for one more question. I know I probably should give you two, but I'm going to give you one. Did you expect the track to be a little bit more slicked off at this time of night coming into the, because it didn't look like it had a huge amount of water on it, and the wind hasn't picked up until about now?
Yeah, even when we went out there to roll the track before hot laps, I thought, yeah, it's pretty dry. But yeah, the moisture just come back to the surface, and if I had 3 feet, they'd all be on the gas right now.
2 heat race winners, pretty phenomenal here. The KB X41, now A1, Kai Blight.
It was another perfect showing from Kai Blight, new lap record holder here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. He's one to watch as we go towards the 35 lap final. Here is number 5 on the racetrack at the moment, driving the WA 88 out of Esperance, is that of Chevy Johnson on his outside. Driving the number 75 local car, but Michael Holmes, the defending champion, comes from the outside front row. Sean Cubbage out of Esperance, driving the WA7, lines up from position number 3 with the Sydney sider, Bruce McKenzie, for company on the outside of row number 2. Brent Strawton's in the WA76, also out of Esperance, and a heat race winner earlier on tonight, David Boys. That's how they line up for heat race number 5. Nose to tail, bumper to bumper as they come past the judge, and it's going to be Michael Holmes from the outside who gets the best of the start, and he will lead him into turn number 1 and 2. David Boys trying to go the Kai Blight line through 1 and 2. Sean Cubbage jumps up in a second. Bit of argy-bargy further back between Strawtus and Boys that time around, but it's going to be Michael Holmes who leads that number 1 with Sean Cubbage chasing him down in car number 7. David Boys from the tail of the field up to position number 3. Bruce McKenzie also taking advantage on the inside of Chevy Johnson in car number 88. But it's a race in 2 out in front between the taxman and Sean Cubbage, who is all over the back of car number 75 as they go into turn number 1 and 2. Hikes the left front tyre in the air, does the driver of car number 7. And this is in tightening. Car number 90 of David Boys back into this party as well. 3-way go as they come out of turn number 4. Michael Holmes leads, first Cubbage. David Boys now right into this one. He's the quickest man on the racetrack, a 15.709 last time around for the man in position number 3. He skips away from Bruce McKenzie, then it's Strawtus and Chevy Johnson at the tail of the field. Just look at the attitude that Sean Cubbage is carrying through turn number 3 and 4. He really wants to find a way past Michael Holmes. He's your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion as Cubbage, a little bit high and wide, through turn number 2, opens the door for Boys, who gets it super crossed up. And your heat race number 3 winner is now facing the oncoming traffic in turn number 3, and he's brought the car to a stop. And we go yellow. I think this is actually going to be our first restart. Apart from the false starts we had in the opening heat race, this is going to be our first restart in competition for our late models. Heat race number 3 winner, Kalgoorlie local and David Boys, who just unfortunately got it all sorts of wrong going into turn number 3 and 4, and he's parked the car on the curving. As Sean Cubbage exits stage left onto the infield. Dean Shaw, the president here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway, quickly to jump in the window. The man who was looking very racy behind Michael Holmes in car number 7. Quickest man on the racetrack I mentioned before that restart was David Boys, a 15.709 for the driver of car number 90, who started from the back and now has to go to the back once again as being primary cause of the stoppage. We just wait to see what the go is with Sean Cubbage down there on the start-finish line. Driver currently running in position number 2. He's got, maybe Jason can fill us in.
Yeah, sorry, Joshy. Yeah, we're just having a problem with his receiver. So he can't hear what's going on, and that's pretty important around a track like Kalgoorlie. He needs to hear the Chief's children exactly what he needs to be doing. So he's had a little bit of a problem with that, but hopefully that's sorted out now.
Number 7 rejoins the pack. So this is the Delaware restart that we were talking about earlier on in the program. Michael Holmes, your race leader, he'll have the front row all to himself. He will start by himself. Cubbage and Mackenzie will go side by side. So we do not have the traditional witch's hat single file restart up until there's 2 laps to go in the heats, and I believe it's the last 5 laps or 10 laps. I'll be corrected on that one, I'm sure, in the 35 lap final. We'll then revert back to a single file witch's hat restart. But this is how we will restart our late models. Michael Holmes all by his lonesome out the front. Sean Cubbage with the issue with the receiver for car number 7, sitting in position number 2. The Sydney side of Bruce Mackenzie now elevated up into position number 3. Strawton's in the 76 machine. Chevy Johnson and now David Boyes having to come back through the field once again in car number 90. Set for a restart, Michael Holmes points the field down the front straight. As he hops, skips and jumps over the curb, he will lead into turn number 1 and 2. Cubbage slots in a second. Mackenzie getting his ears boxed at the moment. Boyes is already dispatched of Chevy Johnson. So your top 2 try to put a bit of fresh air between himself and the rest of the pack. Strawton's now to the outside of Bruce Mackenzie as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. 76 car now up into position number 3 as here comes Cubbage. To the inside of the taxman, Michael Holmes. The man from Esperance has drawn level with your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion who fights back around the outside. So Michael Holmes continues to lead as they come past the start-finish line. There is nothing between them. 0.133 of a second between Michael Holmes and Cubbage. Then back to Strawton's David Boyes now up to 4th place after being sent to the tail as Cubbage is not going away from the tail of Michael Holmes. So they come out of turn number 3 and 4 once again. Holmes still has an answer for him. And coming into this battle was the 76 and the 90. This one is far from over. Heat race number 5 of the late models. 0.2 of a second last time around as Cubbage once again tries to force the issue to the inside of your race leader. Your defending champion in Michael Holmes. As he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. Holmes leads. It's now out of 0.4 of a second between himself and Cubbage. Strawton still holds on to position number 3 from David Boyes, and it's Bruce Mackenzie and Chevy Johnson rounds out your field. So back at the top end of town. Cubbage is really getting aggressive over the curbing on the inside of turn number 3 and 4. He's back down to 0.2 of a second between himself and Michael Holmes, who opens the door. Cubbage doesn't need a second invitation. Cubbage to the lead, but can he hold it? He's sideways. There's contact between your top 2 and Holmesy into the fence. That got very, very messy, and unfortunately Michael Holmes has paid the price and he's met the concrete. Your defending champion. Drama between himself and Sean Cubbage in the dying stages. And Michael Holmes has found the concrete wall in turn number 4. And we've got drama in heat race number 5 of the late models. Well, Michael Holmes, he climbs out of the car, the borrowed car for this weekend. Your defending Red Dirt Rumble champion. Jason Sutton is down there with him. I don't think he's going to be a very happy man at all, is Michael Holmes.
Thanks, Joshy. No, Michael's a full professional, and he's agreed to have a chat. He's probably not the happiest guy in the world right now, but obviously Cubbo threw it in, got a bit sideways. Holmes, you tried to straighten him up, and it all just went to doo-doo from there.
Yeah, first of all, I've got to give a big apology to Chad Polson and the team at Kalgoorlie Auto Electrics, the poor guys over there. You know, he would have been pretty pumped seeing me in leading the race in his heat, and then a couple of local idiots spin out. One guy's got a car that's 10 years newer than me, all the gear and no idea. He just threw it in there like it was the last lap of the feature. No need for it. But you know, he's only 60 years old. One day he'll learn how to drive. I'm just so sorry for Chad. And like the car was on rails, you know, it was tired earlier, the track came to us, but also want to give a shout out to Mincore for sponsoring this great event and all the Kalgoorlie crew for putting the race on. It's awesome, they've done a great job, and I'm just so sorry that this has happened, and disappointed to the fans that we can't continue tonight.
Thanks for talking to us firstly, Michael. We know it's a hard deal. Obviously pretty stressed and animated right there, and trying to be diplomatic. This sport is very emotional, and as you can see, and just to describe this race car right now for people that can't see it, the left rear is gone, the left front end's out of it pretty much. A lot of damage. You're talking in the thousands of dollars to get this fixed, so people do get heated, but it just shows you how much this race means to people, how much they want it, which always brings the heated moments into racing, which we don't love to see, but Holmesy was starting to get into it, and as you said, the track started coming to him, and it's unfortunate end to the defending champion for the Red Dirt Rumble.
Certainly is, and there's no lack of passion in Michael Holmes, that's for sure. We just saw the pictures there. Huge shout out to Red Cat Media as well, providing us with the live stream tonight. They're doing a fantastic job for us here at the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. We saw the pictures there. It's a very second-hand looking number 75, and unfortunately the defending champion. Well, he said it himself, that's probably night over for Michael Holmes, which is a real shame. But what it does mean is Strawton's now has pretty much had every Christmas and birthday come at the same time, because he now leads this field of cars with David Boys, Bruce McKenzie, Chevy Johnson, and Sean Cubbage still remaining. We actually did see a plume of smoke from the Cubbage car as well, so there's all sorts of things going on in heat race number 5. There's still a little bit of signs of smoke from the 7 car, which for those of you looking on at home is what we're looking at right now. So there's question marks aplenty, lots of unanswered questions for us so far here in heat race number 5 as part of the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble. This is heat race number 5 for the late models. Still a handful of laps to go. Unfortunately, Michael Holmes is no more. Strawtons now finds himself out in front. This car's for sale, by the way. So if you're a proven heat race winner, I reckon that could be worth a couple grand. Just chucked up on the price there for the car number 76 for the man from Esperance. David Boys has come back through the field nicely in car number 90. Bruce McKenzie, the Sydney Sider in car number 6. Chevy Johnson and Sean Cubbage. That's all that remain. Here race number 5 for the late models. Back underway. Try and get this one run and done and in the books. Strawtons leads him into turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. David Boys looking racy on the bottom. There's that smoke once again from Sean Cubbage in car number 7. So going into turn number 3 and 4, it's going to be Strawtons who leads this one from David Boys. Back then to McKenzie. Sean Cubbage still sending smoke signals around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Rounding him out is Chevy Johnson in car number 88. So now looks like we're going to lose car number 7 of Cubbage. So that smoke may have been terminal for car number 7. So they're dropping like flies a little bit in this one as they come past the white flag. 1 to go from the man from Esperance, driving the number 76 machine. I think he's probably going to do this one if he can nail turns number 3 and 4 for the final time, which he does. Ben Strawtons wins heat race number 5 of the Red Dirt Rumble. David Boys comes home in second, 1.4 seconds the winning margin from Bruce McKenzie in car number 6. A good bundle of points in his first appearance here at Kalgoorlie. And Chevy Johnson rounds out your runners. We've lost Sean Cubbage on lap number 10, or lap 11 I should say. And of course we all know the fate of the W75 of Michael Holmes. So That one had a bit of everything. It had some drama, it had some controversy, and we had a couple of DNFs. But you've got to be there to win it, and that's exactly what Ben was in car number 76, hailing out of Esperance. Another couple grand can probably go on the price tag of car number 76 now. That's a proven heat race winner. He is downstairs with Jason Sutton.
One thing I love about racing is you never know exactly who's going to win. And to have car 76, Ben Stroughton's pick up a heat win here at the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway, that's fantastic, Benny. You got the car a lot different now than what you were in hot laps. Got a bit of mongrel in you going into 1 and 2. The car's bouncing around. You haven't quite got it there yet, but I tell you what, you must be pretty happy with that win.
Yeah, no, we're pretty stoked actually. We've had a pretty hard run with this event the last 3 or 4 years, so get a heat win there makes it all worthwhile for the family. Big shout out to my dad, my wife at home, Murray and Lee, Kyron, Elise. Thanks everyone.
You're talking about selling this car and getting out, and you're not sure exactly what you're going to do with the future and all that stuff in the pits a bit earlier on. A heat race win, does that give you a little bit of invigoration going like, maybe not quite yet?
Well, I'm probably not negotiable at the minute.
The price just went up on the 76. If anyone wants a bargain, you better get in early. Your heat race winner for heat number 5 is Ben Stroughton. Well done, mate.
So the Red Dirt Rumble continuing to surprise us as we go through the program. That was heat race number 5. One more heat race to come. It is going to be heat race number 6 as part of the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. And there's plenty of drama along the way. Plenty more to come. Heat race number 6 coming up shortly from the Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
To me, baby, before I love and leave ya. They call me heartbreaker. I don't wanna deceive ya. If you fall for me, I'm not easy to leave. I'ma tear you apart. Told you from the start, baby, from the start. I'm only gonna break your baby. I'm only gonna break your baby.
Final heat race number 6 of the late models, set for a start. And it's going to be Jeff Powell and Damien Hudson who leads him into turn number 1. Abby Pickering, Joe Chalmers, and Glenn McBeth as they come out of turn number 2. It's the local boy of Damien Hudson who leads. Pickering trying to go the long way around on the outside of Joe Chalmers. Finds a roadblock in the form of Jeff Powell that allows the 23 car up the inside, and he will take away 3rd spot. Lap number 1 goes to Damien Hudson. Jeff Powell in 2nd. Here comes Joe Chalmers to the outside. Gets a squeeze on between himself and the concrete wall. They're 3 wide across the track as they come out of turn number 4, and Joe Chalmers up to P2. And now sets his sight after Damien Hudson. It's a 15.710, new quick lap of the race that time around for Joe Chalmers, and he's wasting no time, raging up on the back of Damien Hudson as they come past the start-finish line. It's a great scrap further back as well between Powell, McBeth, and Pickering, so I don't really know where to look. Here in heat race number 6, they're 3 wide for the minors, and they're side by side for the race lead between Hudson and Chalmers as they come out of turn number 4. They're still 3 wide with McBeth around the outside as Chalmers hits the front. Relegates Hudson back to 2nd. McBeth with a great move up to position number 3. Then we're back to Jeff Powell and Abby Pickering rounds out your field. But it is now Joe Chalmers, a 14. Was his quickest lap of the race, a 14.7 for car number 23. He's now out by almost 1.5 seconds to Damien Hudson. Then we're back to McBeth, who's doing a great job. Abby Pickering and Jeff Powell in car number 24 round out your field. So we are halfway home in the final qualifying heat for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. As out of turn number 3 and 4, it is Joe Chalmers from Damien Hudson. He is out by 2.6 seconds. Your race leader back to Hudson. McBeth's doing a stellar job in car number 62 for bar 31. Then we're back to Pickering. They've skipped away from Jeff Powell in car number 24 as Chalmers completes another lap. It's a 14.713, his best lap in car number 23, the quickest man on the racetrack by a long way. Your former national champion for Shift Realty comes out of turn number 3 and 4 to complete lap number 9. It is Chalmers from Hudson. 3.3 seconds is what our timing screens are telling us, but the eye test says it's a lot more between Chalmers and Hudson. McBeth, Pickering, and Powell, that rounds out your field as they come past the start-finish line once again. 15.019 that last time around for Joe Chalmers. 3.7 second advantage to the former national champion. So he comes out of turn number 3 and 4. The white flag is out. There is 1 to go for car number 23. I don't think he'll quite catch Jeff Powell on this final circulation of the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway. But as he goes into turn number 3 and 4, we have yet another repeat heat race winner. And it is smoking Joe Chalmers who wins heat race number 6. Damien Hudson will come home in position number 2, 4.4 seconds adrift from your race leader. Glenn McBeth, a fantastic run in car number 62. Abby Pickering will be 4th across the line, and the W24 of Jeff Powell, the last to complete the distance. But put your hands together for him once again, ladies and gentlemen, at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Former national champion, smoking Joe Chalmers, joins Kai Blight as a repeat heat race winner as part of the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. And he's once again downstairs to have a chat with Jason Sutton.
Thanks, Joshy Starlin, doing a fantastic job up there. And as Joe gets his helmet off and gets sorted, the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway is going to put a bit of a spanner in the works. Dino here next to me just told me something, and he's going to give you a little sneak peek, but not quite reveal what he thought.
Once again, we've had a kind sponsor donate some cash, so we've got something up our sleeve for the end just to make it a little bit more interesting for you folks, and it'll hopefully make things very exciting. I'm excited to see if they take it, and I won't give it away, but yeah, I think it'll be very exciting for you fans.
So some extra cash coming up before the feature race, thanks to Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway, and Dino's going to announce that a little bit later on. So wait for that. Smoking Joe Chalmers, the man who smiles all the time, even when he's not having a good day. Smoking Joe, the car's really good, obviously. What changes did you do from the first round of heats to this round?
Nah, still nothing, you know. Letting the track come to us. I felt a little bit free there. Yeah, the track's definitely opened up a bit more now, so which is going to be good for the feature race later on.
tell the fans that are not full Speedway people, you know, Kalgoorlie have a lot of international people that come through and they might be visiting here tonight. When you say freed the car up, things like that, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so basically the track started off a little bit slimy at the start of the night there, so basically we always set the car up like a tight car is a fast race car, so you still want to be able to turn with maximum traction. So at the moment I feel like I've got good steering but not enough traction, and I think we need a little bit more to keep up with Kai at the moment, so we'll chase it.
Now, you had a little bit of time from Kai's heat to yours. Did you actually get to see him do a few laps before you had to get into the 23 machine?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I watched him for a little bit there. Yeah, he's definitely a wheel man and knows how to work the track really well, and he adapts quickly to it. So, no, look, he's a hell of a driver, so it can be fun later on.
All right, mate, good luck for the rest of the night, because you're going to need it, because he's on fire. And I tell you what, some of the other guys are tweaking their cars as well and getting better. So it's going to be an interesting knockout series and a final. So well done. Smoking Joe Chalmers, heat race winner here at the Snap-on Tools Kalgoorlie International Speedway. And also the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble is getting hotter by the minute.
Race number 4 for our street stocks and productions out on the racetrack. It's another a bit of a depleted field. We welcome back Wayne Livingston in the number 86 machine, starting alongside Tanya Kemp in the 71, Tina Ingram in the 33, Tilly Leonard in the W10, Ben Ferris in the 32. So we're still without Ray Leonard in the number 21. Again, unless they've done the sneaky car swap without telling me, but no one's corrected me as of yet. So Tilly can take all the credit in car number 10. And the Magna of Ben Ferris in the number 32. Heat race number 4, the final heat race for our street stocks and production sedans before we turn our attention to the top 10 pole shuffle. So we are flying through the program here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. We've got a field of 5 to go around. 10 laps is the journey, and it's the wise old veteran of Wayne Livingston who will lead them to the green. They're 3 wide further back with Ingram, Leonard, and Ferris just getting the best view in the house as they go into turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. There might have been a little bit more paint swapping going on between the 10 and 33 machines as they go down the back straight into turn number 3 for the first time. It's Wayne Livingston who leads them through 3 and 4 for the first time. One of them a little half spin further back. That's Tanya Kemp in the number 71 is now the Ferris machine to the inside of Tina Ingram as they go through 1 and 2. That's Wayne Livingston doing this one comfortably at the moment. Car number 10 of Leonard sits there in second. Ingram tried to go to the top shelf in car number 33, so a few race lines starting to come in here at Kalgoorlie here tonight as they all chase down Wayne Livingston. New quick lap of the race, a 19.722 for the number 86 machine. 1.7 seconds clear of the 10 machine of Leonard, who's really got their hands full at the moment with the 33 of Ingram, and Ferris is coming into that one as well, so it's a three-way scrap for second, third and fourth on the racetrack here in heat race number 4 of the production sedans and street stock mix that we got as part of the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Livingston comes across the start-finish line, still going quicker. The last lap, a 19.615 for Wayne Livingston. That's an almighty battle pack still for second, third and fourth between Leonard, Ingram and Ferris, who now gets the nose up the inside in car number 32. Thinks better off it as they go into turn number 3 and 4. Past the judge they go once again, halfway home in heat race number 4 of the Street Stocks and Productions. It's all Wayne Livingston. He's led this one from the get-go. He's 3.6 seconds clear of Leonard in second place. Then we're back to Ingram, Ferris and Kemp. Rounds out your runners, so we lost a couple out of this one. And this fourth and final qualifying heat for the Street Stocks and Productions is now Ferris once again to the inside of Ingram as they go through 1 and 2. Still just couldn't quite find the drive in the number 32 Mitsubishi Magna as Ingram goes super deep into turn number 3 and 4 that time around. Nice and close to the back of car number 10, so this one's far from over in the dying stages for second and third on the racetrack. Ferris has dropped back ever so slightly in car number 32. Still only 3.4 seconds between Livingston and Leonard at the moment, so the gap's staying pretty consistent at the top end of town as Ingram's really starting to throw the Commodore around to try and find a way past Leonard in the dying stages here of heat race number 4 for the Street Stocks and Productions. As Livingston goes down the back straight once again, is down to 2.9 seconds, so Levo's actually losing a bit of a margin here in the dying stages. The white flag comes out, there is 1 to go. They're a little bit out of shape further back between Leonard and Ingram as well, so it's all to play for as they come past the white flag with 1 more lap of the Kalgoorlie International Speedway to run. Livingston will do this one quite comfortably, you will imagine, as he brings it through turn number 3 and 4. Will take out his second heat race win of the night. Wayne Livingston gets the job done. Leonard will hold on for second. Then we're back to Tina Ingram, Ben Ferris, and Tanya Kemp in the W71 will conclude your field. The fourth and final qualifying heat for the Productions and Street Stocks. Next time we see them will be for their 20-lap final to come after our interval break and fireworks show, so plenty more to come from the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. And once again, our late models, no turnaround time at all. We're now going to call them up for their top 10 pole shuffle, and I'll explain what that is in a few moments' time. Pole shuffle to determine who's going to start on the pole for the 2025 Mincore Red Dirt Rumble, not too far away. So a little bit of track prep going on prior to our top 10 pole shuffle for our late models for the 2025 Red Dirt Rumble. Following the pole shuffle, so after the pole shuffle, the gates to the pits will be open and you'll be able to head on down into the pit area and get up in close with all the race cars. Of course, as that's happening, we are going to have our fireworks display as well, so there's going to be plenty to do during our interval break. But that is coming at the conclusion of our top 10 pole shuffle, which will be coming out in a few moments' time. We've just had to obviously give our late models a little bit of a chance to turn some cars around, but we'll be on in a few moments' time for the top 10 pole shuffle for 2025 at the Red Dirt Rumble. Well, the sounds of late models once again rumble around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top 10 pole shuffle. If you've never seen a pole shuffle before, they are responsible for some of the most entertaining shootouts we have seen in the sport of speedway racing. We take the top 10 in points after all the heats. We put 10th and 9th up against each other. We send them around for 2 laps, so it's a green, white, checker dash. If you win, you go on and face 8th in points. And if you lose, you will start from position number 10. We then go on. You will then go from 8th, 7th, 6th, 5, 4, all the way down till we crown a pole sitter for the 35-lap A main to come later on tonight at the conclusion of our interval break, which is coming up next after this pole shuffle with a monster fireworks display. Your first pairing to take on the top 10 pole shuffle for 2025. The Sydney sider for Michael Holmes Racing Products, the Victoria number 6, is that of Bruce McKenzie. Starting alongside him, the W62 of Glenn Macbeth. 2 laps is the journey. Winner progresses, loser gets parked. It is time to crown a pole sitter for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. And the first installment of the pole shuffle is a little bit messy to get underway, if I'm saying the least. McKenzie was a full car length in front by the time they came to the green. We'll wait to see what our officials have to say, and no surprise, the yellow amber lights are called. And maybe we're just getting a little itchy under the toes for the first part of this pole shuffle.
Joshy, what I like about a pole shuffle is firstly, a lot of these guys haven't actually done one. And secondly, it's about ducks and drakes. It's not always about the biggest horsepower. It's about who's going to blink first sometimes. Because it's only 2 laps, if you can get the advantage really fast into the first corner, you can probably hold off for 2 laps. So a lot of ducks and drakes going on. And I tell you what, the Sydney sider, Mackenzie, will be pretty keen to get this one done.
He's come a long way to be here with us tonight. This is 10th, first night. Take number 2, much better start this time around from him. And Macbeth is going to say, yep, cool, thanks, on the outside. He leads into turn number 1. Mackenzie fights back on the bottom, but it's the drive from the 62 who leads down the back straight for the first time. White flag will come out from downstairs. Macbeth will lead lap number 1 of the pole shuffle as he bounces his way out of turn number 4. The 62 car leads. Mackenzie is a fair way off the pace as they start this second lap. 0.8 of a second trailing Macbeth, as always, overcooked it. So that's going to be signed, post and sent for Glenn Macbeth. He will go through, and starting from position number 10 in tonight's Red Dirt Rumble will be the man from Sydney in Bruce Mackenzie.
Interesting thing there, Joshy, on the 62 car, Glenn Macbeth, he's only done 4 race meetings in this car. 4 race meetings in a late model. That's all he's done. He's come out and knocked off someone straight away from Sydney in this pole shuffle. So that's pretty cool.
It's not a bad way to kickstart your campaign at all. Thanks for that fact, Jason, as he's joined by one of the locals from here in Kalgoorlie. Call him the Hornet, driving the number 80 machine is that of Damien Hudson. So this is to determine who will start from position number 9 in tonight's all-important feature race for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Macbeth has already conquered Mackenzie. Hudson is the next challenger. So they come out of turn number 3 and 4. Green lights and green flags, and Hudson gets the nose in front. So going to turn number 1, the momentum will carry the 80 to a comfortable margin down the back straight for the first time. Into turn number 3, starting to get pretty tricky through that part of the racetrack, but Hudson deals with it perfectly. Lap number 1 is in the books. It's 0.9 of a second between himself and Macbeth, who's now well and truly off the noise in the 62. So it will be Damien Hudson going through and going the rounds, with Macbeth starting from position number 9 in the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025.
You can see that 80 car, they've tightened that up. And when I say tightened it up, that means they want a little bit of understeer and not, understeer on it. So it's keeping the car a lot straighter. Doesn't want the back end to come around. If you watched him in the earlier heats and earlier on in the night, the back of the car wanted to spin around and put him off. So they've definitely tightened that thing up, and that car was very, very straight. He also has been riding the brake a lot in those earlier parts of the night, and you see sparks fly out of the back of the Hornet's 80 car. He didn't have that time until he backed off and braked into one after the checkered flag. So just look and see that, because I tell you what, when you're trying to brake the car and settle it down, it means you haven't got a great race car. When the sparks aren't flying in that 80 car, it means he's got a pretty good race machine.
Now finds himself squaring up alongside Abby Pickering, a young lady who's got a score to settle at this venue. This is for position number 7. Damien once again on the outside, Abby on the inside, and that's not a very good start at all. And I'm not even going to attempt to pretend that this will go for any duration. And there we go. I think Abby tried to start that on Tuesday. That's how early she got on the noise in car number 95.
Well, Slim Shady, Abby Pickering's trying to get advantage, but I tell you what, the Chief Steward's not mucking around. He just said, well, you're going infield? Is that what the go was there? Warren Oldfield's straight out.
Well, that's what it definitely looks like. So no precedent's been taken from our stewarding team. Abby Pickering is not even going to have a shot at Damien Hudson. Yeah, we now welcome Warren Oldfield. Recently acquired car from Freddie Kinsella in the 33.
The Wazanator. Now, here's another one that's been tweaking that car a lot. and he won't be happy with that, but I tell you what, he's a wily old veteran, and he'll make this, if he can get the jump, he'll make it hard on Hutto. Hutto and the 80 car's got to get it. He's got to get in front of this 33 car, because if Warren gets in front, I don't think he's going to get around him.
Warren, obviously he saw the start that Hudson got on the outside, and as soon as he entered the racetrack, the car that enters gets lane choice, and Warren says, I want that outside run. So this could be interesting. Warren Oldfield and Damien Hudson on the brakes is the 80 machine. We are green, and there is the advantage from the outside run from the 6-time Pro Dirt Series champion. Hudson tries to follow him through. It's a little bit rough coming out of turn number 2. That unsettled the 33 car. This is the closest run we've had into turn number 3, as Hudson's looking like he's trying to get the car to turn. He's having a bit of a handful. Warren Oldfield leads lap number 1. White flag is out for the number 33 machine. Warren Oldfield over Damien Hudson as they go into turn number 3 for position number 6 in tonight's A main. And it is going to be the 6-time Pro Dirt Series champion of Warren Oldfield who gets one over the Kalgoorlie local in Damien Hudson in the 80. So could we see Warren Oldfield start to do some rounds in car number 33? But joining him on the racetrack is a young man who's been super impressive tonight, the WA number 57 of Matt Robbins. He, I reckon, will give Waz a really good run for his money here in this one. Wazza still on the outside. And I thought we were going green. There was a momentary flash of yellow. And now we've gone green and we've gone yellow again. So a little bit of confusion to kickstart this portion of the Pro Shuffle between Warren Oldfield and Matt Robbins. But I reckon this is going to be a good matchup. Matty Robbins has looked super comfortable in this car. And Warren Oldfield, he's, like you said, Jace, he's tweaked this thing and he's trying to, obviously it's a completely new car to what he's been running in the Pro Dirt Series campaign.
Yeah, he chips away all the time. Warren just keeps improving the car he races on every race night. So expect no different now. But yeah, Robbins, he won't be phased. I think Hutto got in his head a little bit in himself and he couldn't get that first lap settled in. So I don't think you'll find that with Robbins. He'll definitely play the right foot hard in this one.
About to find out. Take number 2, Robbins and Oldfield. Oldfield with a better launch on the outside. Robbins looked like he was going to try and do the crisscross. As they come out of turn number 2, it's going to be a battle of the traction as they come out of turn number 2. Oldfield has the nose in front. Robbins, once again, looks like he just struggled to get the car into turn number 3 how he would have wanted it. And that's going to allow a bit of breathing space between himself and Warren Oldfield. 0.6 of a second between Waz and Robbins. But Robbins super strong on the exit of turn number 2. If Waz makes a mistake, Robbins is going to have him. He has one final lunge. It's not going to quite be enough. Warren Oldfield will go through. Matty Robbins had his name written all over him coming out of it, turn number 2. It just wasn't quite enough. And Warren Oldfield once again continuing on in this pole shuffle. Now goes up against another heat race winner tonight. Driving the W76, hails out of Esperance. Ben Strontis joins the multiple-time Pro Dirt Series champion. And he is elected for the outside. So he's going to say to Waz, you're going to have to work for this one. Try and make something happen on the bottom. And the top side just seems to be so good for getting traction out of turn number 4, which is crucial for getting your car in front going into turn number 1. Warren Oldfield's not going to give an inch on this one. So Strontis is going to have to be on the money in the W76 machine. Waz looked like he might have just got on the noise a fraction early. We'll wait and see what our officials think. But he will lead into turn number 1. We stay green, so it was a perfect time launch for Warren Oldfield. And he is out quite comfortably. Strontis super tight in car number 76. Could barely get the car around the corner. So they come past the white flag once again. Oldfield, 0.8 of a second advantage over the man from Esperance. Is much better through turn number 1 and 2 that time. But I think the damage has already been done. And Warren Oldfield is starting to chain together some runs here in car number 33. He continues on in the pole shuffle. So Warren Oldfield, Jason, he's starting to come to the party. That's 3 spots made now for car number 33.
Oh, yeah, an Oldfield going to the front. That's a different knot. I tell you what, the experience is just getting that done. If you actually watch Warren in the last couple of runs, his nose is a little bit, probably about half a nose or a bit more of the car in front of the other one, whether he started on the outside or the inside. So he knows by creeping that probably 1.5 to 2 meters advantage as he accelerates, that equates probably to a car length at the end of the straight for the first lap. So just let's see what he does with Boise. Looks like Boise's got a problem.
We have problems for the 90.
No.
So the Kalgoorlie local, the highest scoring local in the field, unfortunately, is going to be pulling to the infield early.
Let's hope someone can get to that car, push it in, and just find out what's wrong with it. It might be something real simple. Let's hope that we can fight, because I was looking forward to this matchup, because I reckon these two drivers are pretty even right now.
They certainly are. This would have been a really hotly contested matchup. I'm looking on live stream pictures as I speak, and it doesn't look like he's in a real hurry to unbuckle himself from the car, so hopefully something has just gone a little bit adrift in the 90. We haven't rolled Kai Blight onto the racetrack as of yet, so we're going to try and give Boise the best possible chance that we can to try and take on Warren Oldfield, as he's been able to drive that car away under its own
Maybe a fuel
steam.
tap or something?
So I don't know what was going on with David Boyes, but the hometown hero is going to have a crack at Warren Oldfield. This is for position number 3 in tonight's A main.
Another thing, Joshy, that people got to think about too, we don't know how much Warren's got fuel in the fuel tank. He might have calculated, I might get 1 or 2 spots, but all of a sudden he's going forward. He's using more fuel. How much does he actually have in the car, and can he last if he can get right to the pole shuffle at the front?
It's a very valid argument. That extra couple rolling laps probably didn't seem like much, but if the Oldfield racing team were cutting it pretty fine, that might pay dividends further on as we go racing with Boys and Oldfield. And again, that top side of the racetrack is just so good off turn number 4. And Warren Oldfield by a couple car lengths. Boise's going the scenic route. And unfortunately, that might just be all he needs to sew up the deal and allow Warren Oldfield to battle for a front row start here in the pole shuffle. He goes through, it's 1.2 seconds between Oldfield and Boys down the back straight. Into turn number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Warren Oldfield will start no worse than 3rd in tonight's A main in the Green Tree Services number 33. And boy, do we have a matchup on our hands now.
How good was that? He's just been chopping away. Typical Warren Oldfield style, the Wasinator. I tell you what, he's like the Terminator. He hunts and hunts and hunts until he gets his prey. So it's interesting. Now, we know that Kai Blight's been dominant. He's got a super fast car, but I tell you what, fastest cars don't always win. And Warren will be trying every single thing to get an advantage off that start. But Kai is very smart too. So this start is probably my favourite right now, because I have no idea what's going to happen.
Well, your national champion has elected to start on the inside, which is interesting because we've seen the top side just be so dominant. But Kai has decided to start on the inside. The winner of this will battle Joe Chalmers for the pole. Can Warren Oldfield go the rounds? Or has your Australian champion got another punch left in the tank? For position number 3, Warren Oldfield versus Kai Blight. It's a very even start. They'll be side by side into turn number 1. Warren Oldfield with the drive. Kai Blight tries to fight back on the inside. Warren Oldfield leads into turn number 3. Past the white flag. Warren Oldfield is 1 lap away from a front row start. Here comes Blight on the outside. Dives to the inside. Blight hits the front as they go into turn number 3. Oldfield tries to fight back. Blight washes up track. Kai Blight wins a thriller by 0.2 of a second. Warren Oldfield tried everything. He will start from position number 3. That's what a pole shuffle is all about.
How good was that, race fans? That's what you pay your money to come and see. 2 superstars of the game and late models going at it. How fantastic. And right up now, we've got that 23, Joshy, Smoking Joe Chalmers.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is your battle for pole in the 2025 Red Dirt Rumble. Smoking Joe Chalmers versus Kai Blight in the 1. Warren Oldfield, what a stellar run from him. He will start from position number 3. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. These are both. One's a current, one's a former national late model champion. Both are former Red Dirt Rumble winners. Both have won 2 from 2 heat races here tonight. This is the ultimate showdown for the pole. Chalmers on the inside, and your Australia 1 of Kai Blight has the outside. 2 laps to determine the pole.
Hold your breath for those 2 laps, I reckon.
This is the showdown. Smokin' Joe versus Kai Blight. They tiptoe to the green. We are in racing for the battle for pole. Chalmers with the nose in front. Blight right around the outside. Is there drive for Chalmers? There is. Chalmers with the nose in front as they go into 3. Blight still right with him. Tries to blow the doors off him. Side by side for lap number 1. Chalmers out in front. Blight round the outside. Can Chalmers fight back on the bottom? Yes, he can. Side by side into turn number 3. Chalmers hits the front to the pole. Joe Chalmers wins it. Blight second. And that was worth the price of admission. Ladies and gentlemen, your pole sitter is Smokin' Joe Chalmers. Holy mackerel. Jason Sutton, how good was that?
Man, that was awesome. I mean, to see 2 guys go at it. Like you say, 1 national champion, 1 former national champion, 2 great friends. They've travelled to America together. Those guys go side by side and have an absolute rip at it and trust each other with those 2 race cars. You don't get much better than that. What a fantastic 2 laps that was. You won't get any better.
That was nuts. That was sensational.
Now, Joshy, we promised something pretty cool. We're throwing a spanner, as we say, in the works, thanks to the sponsors. I'm going to hand you over to Dino because he's got something really cool that's about to happen.
Well, like I said, we've got something to make it a bit interesting, but I don't know, after watching that, I think I'd like to watch 35 laps of that flat out, these 2. But what we have got, we've got a sponsor offering $1,000 if one of these 2 want to start from the rear, from the feature. So, Joe, you being the winner, any chance you might want $1,000 to start from the back?
Hey, let's do it.
Okay, well, there we go. Sorry, Blighty, but I'll tell you what, I reckon, well, okay, yep, we can do that. You're in? The crowd want it? Do we want them both to start from the rear?
I do.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Righty-o, we'll do them from the rear. Righty-o, awesome, great. Thanks, boys.
There you
How
go,
good is that?
ladies and gentlemen. Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight have opted to start from the tail, which means the man on pole is going to be Warren Oldfield. You cannot write a script better than that for the 2025 Red Dirt Rumble. Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight from the tail with Warren Oldfield on the pole. Holy mackerel, that's going to be nuts, Jace.
Oh, no one's going home early now, I can tell you that. 35 laps with these 2 fellas at the back. Man, I'll go back to the gate. I'll pay my entry again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our interval break. The track lights have gone out. The pit gates are open. And we got something pretty special that's about to come your way. A monster fireworks display to see out our season here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway. We'll take a break, enjoy the show, head on down to the pit area, and we'll be back very shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a big kid at heart. I love my fireworks. I'm sure everyone else here at the Kalgoorlie International Speedway would love to see some fireworks. Not those kinds of fireworks, I do apologise.
Closing time, open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've always wanted to do this bit. If you wouldn't mind joining me, we're going to do a bit of a countdown for our team down there on the infield before we launch these fireworks. So if you want to join me, counting down from 10, we'll give them the countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
For the win, got him. That boy so solid, that's what happened when you come from the bottom. 305, Paradise City where the girls got big old booties and so pretty. Now shake that thing, work that thing, drop that thing, drop that. Everybody say, hey, if you want a good time, if you want a good time, let me hear you say, hey, everybody say, hey, if you want a good time, if you want a good time, let me hear you say, hey, everybody.
be back very, very shortly for our feature races, our productions and street stocks, followed by the 2025 Red Dirt Rumble. Warren Oldfield will start off position number 1 with Joe Chalmers and Kai Blight both electing to start the 35-lap race from the tail of the field. It is going to be an absolute ripper, and it's not too far away from the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway.
Its motion moves like a maze. All inside of me, heart especially. Hilt of the rhythm, where I wanna be. Come on, flowing, glowing with electric eyes. You dip to the dive, baby, you'll realize. Baby, you'll see the funk inside of me. Baby, you'll see that rhythm is the key. Get with it, can't think, quit it. Stomp on the street when I hear funk blue. Playing pop pipe, follow her to shoot. Baby, just sing about the groove. Sing it. The groove is in the heart. The groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the heart.
Come on, y'all two. Y'all are crazy, man.
Any remaining public, please leave now.
Well, we hope you enjoyed your break, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Feature races for Wayne Levingston. Mr. Heat. 1-2. So that's going to be good enough to score himself a pole position for this feature. Again, it's a pretty depleted hot field of our productions and stockies. Ben Ferris in the number 32 Mitsubishi Magna. Tanya Kemp in the 71 Holden Commodore. Johnny Henderson's back in the 78K, which is fantastic to see. We're just trying to get a start for the 10 car of Tilly Leonard. So this is our first feature of the night. First of two, the prelim to the Red Dirt Rumble for late models, which is set to be an absolute screamer. Levingston and Leonard your front row. Kemp and Ferris row number 2. It's been dropped down to a 12 lap affair is what I've been told. Had a late addition to the field. Tin Ingram, better late than never. Should be good to go this time around. Hopefully, the 12 laps for our productions and street stocks. First of two feature races to come from the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Levingston, Leonard row number 1, Ingram, Ferris row number 2, Kemp and Henderson your third and final row. 12 laps the journey. Feature race for productions and street stocks is underway. It's a good even dispatch between the Commodores on the front row. Levingston on the inside, bit of argy-bargy, and Ben Ferris says, yeah, cool, thank you, and tries to go the big outside swoop. Livingston leads down the back straight for the first time. Ferris in the front wheel drive Magna quickly up into second place. Then we're back to Leonard, Ingram, Henderson, and Kemp rounds out the runners as they come past the start finish line to complete black number 1 of 12. It is Wayne Levingston who leads it through with Ben Ferris hot on the tail of the number 86 Holden Commodore. Then skips away from Leonard and Ingram, Henderson and Kemp as it's a racing 2 out in front. Here comes Ferris to the inside, so he's really not wasting any time as he comes past 19.843, 0.2 of a second between your race leaders. He's forced Levo up the racetrack, so he's not in comfortable ground as the veteran of Production Sedan Racing, and Ben Ferris is right there for the taking as they go into turn number 3 once again. On the bottom is Ferris, on the outside is Levingston as they come past the judge once again. Levingston responds with a 19.822 that last time around to reset the quickest lap of the race for the changing blows in terms of lap time as they go into turn number 3 once again. Levingston managed to push out a 10th of a second between himself and the Magnum as they come past the start finish line once again. It's out now to 0.4, so another 10 to the advantage of Levingston, but he's up high and wide on the exit of turn number 2. Ferris shows the nose on the inside as they go into turn number 3. Big Popper Flame down the bottom of the Magna. So go into turn number 3 and 4. Levingston shuts the door as he comes out of turn number 3. He's a little bit sideways as they come past the start finish line, back down to 0.2. And now Ferris is done waiting around. He's going to try and go the long way round on the exit of turn number 2. What a race we got into here in the Production Sedan final as Levingston and Ferris go hammer and tongs. He's still not going to give up on the outside swoop. It's Ben Ferris in the Magna. Livingston's going to try and squeeze him up towards the concrete wall. It's 0.1 of a second. We're yellow. We got a couple of cars coming to dramas further back. Ingram and Leonard, I believe, are the two that have come to woes. What a race in two we've got out the front between Wayne Livingston and Ben Ferris. They left the rest of the field. It was 3.9 seconds between Ferris and Leonard before the stoppage. Tina Ingram, Johnny Henderson and Tanya Kemp, I think we mentioned the names throughout their feature race. So it's been a barnstormer. Livingston still leads. He's got the wheels up of the race too, a 19.822 for Wayne Livingston. Lights are flashing. Should see them go out on the exit of turn number 2 this time. Which means we're good for a restart. Livingston leads him back into turn number 3. Stands on the loud pedal very early. Coming into turn number 3, that was almost like a sprint car restart for Wayne Livingston as he goes into turn number 1 and 2. Ferris right there on the back bumper, and a yellow light has been called. And I'll probably say that was Wayne Livingston. He was going halfway into turn number 3. Was the driver of the number 86 machine. So we'll try this one again. Livingston, Ferris, Leonard, Ingram, Henderson, Kemp. Lights are flashing once again as they come out of turn number 2. They'll go out down the back straight. Do a second time of asking for a single file, which is at restart. Livingston knows he's under siege from the Magna behind him as they come out of turn number 3 and 4. He waits for the green this time, does the veteran, as he comes out of turn number 4. We are back underway in the production stand final. Livingston straight to the bottom to try and defend the ground. Ferris is not shy of trying to go to the top shelf. Couldn't quite find the driving car number 32 that time. Once again, throws the car off the end of the back straight to try and unsettle Wayne Livingston. Once again, a couple cars further back and come to woes. Tina Ingram, hopefully we can get the car mobile so we can stay green. She's still parked there for the moment as Ferris once again to the outside. And yes, Ingram has got the car back underway, so we will stay green in this production sedan final. Leonard back into the picture now after that restart. So your top two haven't been able to skip away like they could in the early part of this race. Livingston comes across the line. 0.5 of a second now between himself and Ben Ferris in number 32 as they go down the back straight once again, skipping away now ever so slightly from Leonard. And it's back to Henderson, the 78. Right up in the marbles is car number 32, but he's managing to keep pace with Wayne Livingston as they come past the start-finish line. He shaved 0.3 of a second off in that time. It's now down to 0.2. And he's, get the numbers again, he's on the outside. Livingston will know he's there. There was contact between them as they go into turn number 3 and 4 once again. We've got a ripper of a finish coming up here in the production sedan feature as they come out of turn number 3 and 4 for Ferris, trying to duck and dive and find a way past Wayne Livingston as they go into turn number 1 and 2 once again. He now tries the inside run on the Commodore. Will have the legs coming out of turn number 2. They've skipped away from Leonard. So here comes Ferris again, once again to the outside. Up in the marbles, then try and cut his way back down to the inside on Wayne Livingston. It seems to be working for him. So once again, he shaves another 10th off him. That last time around, back to the outside goes a little Magna. Has he found a bit of racetrack to work with? Not quite. Livingston responds. He holds on to the race lead. It's going to be an absolute ripper finish coming up here in this production sedan final. The white flag is out, and here comes Ferris with a big lunge. Livingston running out of racetrack as they came past the white flag. Livingston leads in a 1 and 2 for the final time. What has Ferris got left in the tank? He leaves a bit of breathing space. That might have just been the race sewn up and done. Ferris is going to have one final lunge into turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. I don't think it's going to quite be enough. Wayne Livingston will get the job done. Ferris comes home in second. A fantastic race between those two. Tilly Leonard third. Johnny Henderson will be fourth. Tanya Kemp will round out your top 5. With Tina Ingram in the 33, rounding out your runners in the production sedan final. What a race we had between the top 2 of Ferris and Livingston, going absolutely hammer and tongs for the duration of that race. It is the veteran who travels many, many kilometres to go to different racetracks all around the state. He's made a last-minute decision to make the trek up to Kalgoorlie tonight, and it's paid off well. For the Stickett suspension, Ultra Engines number 86, Wayne Livingston, the winner of your production sedan final, as he goes on his lap of honour around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. Make yourself heard. For Wayne Livingston, wins by 0.2 of a second in the end over Ben Ferris, and Tilly Leonard rounds out your top 3. Johnny Henderson, Tanya Kemp, and Tina Ingram concludes your field production sedans. Goes down the back straight away. Put your hands together for him. Travelled a fair way to get here on a last-minute call, and he takes the chocolates here for our production stands. What was it was a shortened race, originally scheduled for 20 laps. We've shortened it down to 12, but still delivered the goods. Did our productions, and Wayne Livingston gets it done here at the Goldfields. Grabs a checkered flag from Jason Sutton, who's been a busy boy down there on the infantry in that race, doing witches hats, flag duties, making him work for his money here at Kalgoorlie tonight. And now that he's just run some steps, I'm going to throw him in the deep end and call down to him now. Jason, busy man.
Yep, I'm here.
We now turn to the Red Dirt Rumble, and what a script we have written for this. Warren Oldfield with Joe and Kai deciding to go to the back. We have Warren Oldfield starting on the pole.
I know, right? And it's like, how does that even happen? Because you just think about the Pro Dirt Series and all, you know, the racing that's been happening over the last couple of years with all these fellas together. And it's actually mouth-watering to see this. Warren's in a foreign car, let's be honest. So if Warren was in his own car, Kai and Joe probably wouldn't be taking that challenge, I think. But how good is it for the fans and the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble to have that happen here? There's been many moments in my life over many years that I say to people, I was there when. And I can guarantee you, all these people that have turned up tonight, paid their money to get in, they're going to have one of those memories tonight. They're going to be able to say to people, oh yeah, I remember that because I was there when.
Certainly, and I think we've already had that moment with that pole shuffle just prior to it. That was hands down one of the best finishes to a pole shuffle I have seen in my years of, I've only been around for not very long, but it was just an absolute barnstormer of a race.
Yeah, the talent that we have in late models in this country, but particularly Western Australia, is phenomenal. And you can see what pays off when they do so many race meetings, they do their homework, they go to America. You know, it's paid off. Kai's been there a couple of years, Joe's gone over for a couple of years. Just what they bring back in the knowledge for the race car setups, because these things are so technical. But also it's really cool to see the rest of the field now coming on from the start of the night to now, and it's really interesting. Racetrack has widened up a little bit. 35 laps is a long way, a lot can happen. Lap traffic's going to play a part. Who's going to be patient? Who's going to get going? It's going to be exciting, but I tell you now, I went in there and I said to Warren Oldfield, probably should be your manager. And he says, oh, why is that? I said, because you're starting off the front row. And he goes, hey? And he didn't even know that Kai, because he was already in the pits, that Kai and Joe took the challenge. And he goes, really? And I'm like, he goes, oh, that's pretty cool. So he wasn't even aware of it, but I reckon his thought process just went out the window of like, I'm third, but now I'm on the front.
Exactly.
So that's a whole different ballgame.
Right, I'm going to throw the question to you, Jace. Where's your money?
Oh, look, if you're betting on it like it would be the Melbourne Cup right now, you'd have to go Kai Blight for me. But Smoker Joe won the pole shuffle, but I think Blight's just too strong around the top part of the racetrack. Joe's been very, very dominant on the bottom. I don't think he's shown enough on the top of the racetrack to get around lap traffic as good as Kai. Kai will punish that A1 car all the way home, don't you worry about that. So 35 laps, that A1 car is going to be half track high or higher, I reckon.
Well, our questions are about to be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. We have a current and former national champion starting from the tail of the field. We have a multiple-time Pro Dirt Series champion starting off the front. We got a handful of Kalgoorlie locals who are going to try and defend their home turf from the invaders that have come from all around the state and indeed all around the country. Massive shout out to Mincore for bringing us this fantastic event. Kalgoorlie, take a bow. This has been one hell of a show and we've all been incredibly lucky to be a part of it. This place is absolutely jam-packed and we want the drivers to know that it's absolutely jam-packed. If you're sitting around the venue right now, flash your headlights, get your torches out on your phones. These drivers have put on an absolute spectacle and we're about to go racing for 35 laps. So make yourself heard, make yourself seen in any way possible. We want these drivers to know that they are driving in front of a packed house here at Kalgoorlie. And probably one of the most passionate crowds of a speedway track I have seen in a long time. Kalgoorlie, you are fantastic. And we want you to shine and light up your phones, flash your lights, toot your horns. We want to light this place up for the 2025 Red Dirt Rumble. Over 35 laps. Already this place is starting to look fantastic. And as we start our rolling laps prior to this 35 lap feature, we want you guys to bring the roof down if this place had one. Shout and scream for your favourite drivers. Is it going to be Warren Oldfield off the pole? Can Joe or Kai charge their way through the pack? Or is it going to be one of your hometown heroes who keeps the cup in town for another year? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your starting field for the Mincore 2025 Red Dirt Rumble, and show your appreciation for these incredible cars and these incredible drivers. That is fantastic, Kalgoorlie. They have come from all over the state. We've even got a man who's flown in from the east to be here tonight. And we want to make these drivers know that we appreciate their efforts.
And Joshy, we are on the live stream to the world. So you're showing Kalgoorlie International Speedway to the rest of the world right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, RA Main for the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025 are showing a little bit of appreciation back to you by going 4 wide around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. This is your final opportunity to send these drivers on their way for a grueling 35 lap feature to determine the 5th Red Dirt Rumble champion. The defending champ is out. We are gonna crown a new champion here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. One final time, turns number 1 and 2. Show your appreciation for these drivers as we break formation. Warren Oldfield pulls them out into their 2x2. It is a Kalgoorlie local, David Boyes, a life member of this club who shares the front row with him. Coming from row number 2. From Esperance, Ben Stroughton's in the 76. Matt Robbins has been an absolute standout. Coming from position number 4. Damien Hudson and Abby Pickering, Glenn McBeth and Bruce McKenzie, Sean Cubbage, Greg Horan, Ryan Huxtable, Chevy Johnson, Jeff Powell, Jeff Dickerson, and from the back, Kai Blight and smoking Joe Chalmers. 35 laps. We are racked, we are stacked. Hold on to your hats, Kalgoorlie. The Red Dirt Rumble is underway for 2025. And Warren Oldfield gets the best of the start. Side by side, further back between Boys and Stroughton as they go through. Keep an eye further back for Blight and Chalmers to charge their way through the field. They picked up a couple already. Lap number 1 goes to Warren Oldfield. Boys in second, Stroughton's third, Roberts, then it's Hudson, Pickering, sparks fly off Chevy Johnson's machine as Kai Blight's already made up a stagger spots. Joe Chalmers around the outside of about 4 or 5 of them. They're coming at a good rate of knots to the charges from the back of the pack. Lap number 2 goes to Oldfield. Here comes Roberts, he's trying to come onto a podium. But ladies and gentlemen, here comes your national champion. He's already stormed his way through half the field. Oldfield by 1.1 seconds. Boys in second, then it's Stroughton. Further back to Robbins. Then we go back to Pickering. Blight, Chalmers find themselves horn to horn. On the outside of them is Macbeth. Then we're back to Cubbage. So they come across the start-finish line. It's 1.4 seconds now between Warren Oldfield and David Boys. Roberts now up to third. Back then to Stroughton, then we're back to Hudson. Kai Blight with a big lunge on the inside of Abby Pickering, who half spins the car. That'll allow Joe Chalmers to go through. 5 laps are in the books, and lap traffic is going to start coming into play already for your race leader. Car number 33 of Warren Oldfield. Boys in second, Roberts third, Hudson, here comes Kai Blight to the inside. Chalmers and Blight have charged their way through in the early stages. They race their way down the back straight once again. Into the traffic goes your race leader. The first to be 1 lap down is that of Chevy Johnson. Kai Blight now challenging for a podium spot. He's up to P number 3. There's only David Boyce separating himself and Warren Oldfield. He splits the middle. Kai Blight up to second. Chalmers tries to follow. They've come from the back of the bus at a good rate of knots. And they're almost 1, 2 and 3. Blight now up to second. Chalmers on the outside. They are now 1, 2 and 3. Oldfield, Blight and Chalmers with lap traffic in the way. They come out of turn number 3 and 4. Oldfield had 2 seconds. It's down to 1 second. They are charging. It's Kai Blight and Joe Chalmers. Jeff Paul is really playing a headache for Warren Oldfield. There is nothing between your top 3. Out of turn number 4. Warren from Blight and Chalmers locked in it. Here comes Chalmers to the inside. Side by side for second place. Blight holds strong. Oh my goodness me, there was contact with the lap car of Dickerson. Chalmers up to second. What a race we have here in the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. They're still side by side for second. Blight and Chalmers still trying to negotiate Dickerson. Oldfield skimming away into the sunset with this one. 3 wide out of turn number 4. Chalmers around the outside. Chalmers up to second. He now has his sights set on Warren Oldfield as Kai Blight still challenges the traffic. Warren Oldfield gets a push. Chalmers to the inside. Side by side for the race lead. Chalmers has hit the front. From the back to the front. It took him 12 laps to get the job done. Chalmers to the lead. Oldfield is second. Blight is third. Fourth is that of David Boyce. Then we're back to Hudson. What a race we've got as they now try and muscle their way around the lap traffic. Chalmers out to 1.3 seconds. The race is now between Oldfield and Blight, who look to the outside as they go into turn number 3. Blight now to the bottom. Heavy traffic in front of your race leaders. As they come out of turn number 3 and 4 and across the stripe. Chalmers has to negotiate Horan and the 88 of Chevy Johnson, which he now does on the exit of turn number 2. Oldfield in second. Blight still holding down third. Chalmers is skipping away. It was 2.2. It is now out to almost 3 seconds. So they come past the start-finish line once again.
Bruce McKenzie's the next to be 1 lap down by your race leader. Warren Oldfield still in second, holding off Kai Blight. It's heavy congestion. There's contact between Oldfield and the lap cars. And here comes Kai Blight. Back to the inside of Warren Oldfield. David Boyce is out. He's our first retiree. We have not had a yellow yet in the Red Dirt Rumble. And your race leader was really getting close to the concrete. Let's look at the battle we got as Kai Blight mounts the infield to get past Chevy Johnson. There's still a lap car between Chalmers and Oldfield. It's 3.5 seconds now, the race lead. Oldfield second. Blight is holding down third. Hudson fourth. Then it's Macbeth, Robbins, Strawton, Pickering, Cubbage, and Bruce McKenzie round out the top 10. It is all Joe Chalmers' race. He's looking to become a 2-time Red Dirt Rumble champion. So he comes out at turn number 3 and 4. Still no signs of a yellow, which is desperately what Warren and Kai Blight want. Warren still being able to hold off the 2-time and current Australian National Late Model Champion. As there's more lap traffic ahead of Joe Chalmers, who's starting to really open up the taps in car number 23. Here comes Kai Blight now to the outside of Warren Oldfield, thinks better of it, slots back into third. We lose another car. Jeff Dickerson now retires. He's the second retiree of the race. The only retiree is David Boyce, has rejoined a couple laps down. Chalmers across the line once again. 22 laps down. 35 laps is the journey around the Kalgoorlie International Speedway. 5.3 seconds separate himself and Warren Oldfield. Still holding off from Kai Blight, who's actually dropping off the pace a little bit in car number 1. We desperately need a yellow. Well, Warren needs a yellow if he has any chance of closing in on Joe Chalmers. 4.7 seconds, so the traffic is hindering both Joe Chalmers and Warren Oldfield, who now has Kai Blight right back on the bumper once again. We have not had a yellow so far in this A main, and Chalmers is dealing with heavy traffic. So we got a slowing car on the back straight. That's Chevy Johnson. Causes a little bit of a pile up. Does the 88 machine. They all negotiated clean so far. Does this bring on the first yellow of the race? Is Abby Pickering gets caught up in it to flat tyre, and there it is. It's a yellow. We got a couple cars with flat tyres. Ryan Huxtable's flat. So too is Chevy Johnson. With 25 laps in the books, we have ourselves a yellow in the Red Dirt Rumble for 2025. Chalmers, Oldfield, Blight, Hudson, Macbeth, Robbins, Strawtons, Pickering, McKenzie, Cubbage. That's the 10. We're going to lose Johnson. We've lost Dickerson. Huxtable also with a flat tyre in car number 25. I think we might lose the 95 of Abby Pickering as well. She got caught up with I think it was Johnson trying to get off the racetrack.
Yeah, Abs is okay. I just checked the front of her car. She's all good to go.
Well, there we go. That's good news for Abby Pickering. She will be able to get the start. So we've just lost Dickerson, Chevy Johnson, and Ryan Huxtable. Both those cars with flat right rear tyres. This could be a hell of a finish.
Oh, dang. And those 12 laps were just insane. The skill level to get around this racetrack. It's not the widest place in the world. They can't use the whole thing. Now, I actually said, when you said who would win, I said Kai Blight's been better at the top part of the racetrack than Joe Chalmers. Well, whatever they've done to that 23, I can tell you now they've done the adjustments, because he is honking around the top and he can put that car absolutely anywhere.
He's got it sewn up at the moment, but anything can happen. Lap traffic has rained havoc, not only for your race leaders, but the guys in second and third, Warren and Kai. They've struggled to get past the traffic in some cases. What have we got left for these final 11 laps of the Kalgoorlie International Speedway, the 2025 Red Dirt Rumble? Can Chalmers go for number 2?
And a double file restart coming up.
Of course, yeah, we're still within. We're still just outside the 10 laps, so it's a double file.
How good is that?
Delaware restart. Oldfield opts for what looks like the outside, or is he going to change his mind?
Yeah, I don't think he knows what he's doing, but I tell you what, for the fans that don't know, obviously Smoking Joe Chalmers is the lead car. He gets the advantage, and the second car gets to pick the inside or the outside. So Warren's picked the outside, probably feels the car's more comfortable there. So this is going to be on for young and old again.
It is all to play for. The lights have gone out. It is a Delaware-style restart. 11 laps remain. Chalmers, Blight, Oldfield, that's your three. They tiptoe into turn number 3 and 4. Showdown to the flag begins. Chalmers with the best of the start. Oldfield smart off the top. He will lead into second place over Kai Blight. Glenn McBeth has come through as well in the 62 car. He's got a bucket of speed as they go into turn number 3. Chalmers a perfect restart. He's skipped away from Warren Oldfield. He's managed to put out 1.1 seconds on the opening lap. Leads Oldfield to battle on with Kai Blight. McBeth is 4th. Then we go back to Strawness in 5th. Hudson side by side with Pickering and Roberts further back. At 2nd and 3rd, run a little bit high and wide. Kai Blight and Warren Oldfield. 2.2 seconds now out to Joe Chalmers, who is really just on rails at the moment in car number 23. What has the national champion got left for Warren Oldfield? Once again, he goes super high into turn number 3. So Kai Blight is struggling to get car number 1 to behave at the moment. 3.3 seconds separate Joe Chalmers and Warren Oldfield. Further back to another 0.1 of a second between Warren and Kai. Then it's McBeth. Strawness is up there in 5th. Hudson is 6th. They all spread themselves out, and Kai Blight right back on the bumper of Warren Oldfield once again as they go into turn number 1 and 2. 4.1 seconds for Joe Chalmers. He drives up on the back of the traffic in the form of Sean Cummage. Warren Oldfield 2nd. Kai Blight still holding on in 3rd. He's up down the inside of Warren Oldfield. They come past. There's a couple of cars going all over the place as David Boyes gets a little bit lost in front of your race leader and Joe Chalmers. Chalmers through the traffic. Warren Oldfield and Kai Blight still having a great scrap for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Then we're back to McBeth. 4th is that of Strauss, and then we're back to Hudson. We're inside the final 6 laps. And Joe Chalmers looks like he's going to do this one quite comfortably if he can just hold on as he puts Greg Oren another lap down. The race we've got at the moment is for 2nd and 3rd between Warren Oldfield and your current national champion in Kai Blight. Down the back straight they go. Blight with a run. So he goes to the outside. He's going to have a car in front of him. Warren slides up the racetrack. Blight tries to fight back. David Boyes will come into the picture. Looks like Kai Blight's finally got the nose up the inside, but it's not enough as Warren Oldfield powers back around. Blight's still going to hold his nose in to come past the start-finish line once again. Chalmers, well and truly clear. Back then to Warren Oldfield, who's in an almighty scrap with Kai Blight at the moment. 5.5 seconds separate your leaders as the white flag is getting prepared. There is one more time around for Smoking Joe Chalmers. He's got one more circulation to run as Kai Blight still side by side with Warren Oldfield. But down the back straight for the final time. He started from pole, he went to the back, and he's back to the front. Joe Chalmers is a 2-time Red Dirt Rumble champion. Kai Blight gets Warren Oldfield on the final lap. Oldfield comes home in 3rd. What a drive from Glenn McBeth, to come home in P4. Ben Strautens will come home in position number 5. Damien Hudson, Matt Roberts, Abby Pickering, Bruce McKenzie, and Greg Horan conclude your top 10. But ladies and gentlemen, he is now a 2-time Red Dirt Rumble champion. He's a former national champion for Shift Realty. It is Joe Chalmers gets the job done in the Goldfields here tonight by 4.8 seconds over Kai Blight, and Warren Oldfield concludes your podium. Dean Shaw, the president of Kalgoorlie International Speedway, gives him the checkered flag. Ladies and gentlemen, he took $1,000 to go from the back, and he thought, I can win this thing. It took him and Kai 12 laps to storm through the field. And from that point on, there was no stopping him. Ladies and gentlemen, your Red Dirt Rumble champion for 2025 and a now 2-time winner of this event is Smoking Joe Chalmers. Jason Sutton, I know you're a busy man down there, but just your quick thoughts on what was a fantastic race.
Oh, amazing. Like, you don't get to see that every day, and I know I've said it a few times, but you just don't. That domination with, Smoking Joe, it's just class. That's what it is. A lot of skill, a lot of preparation, a lot of class for Smoking Joe to do that in the field. Great battle with Warren Oldfield and also Kai Blight, fantastic. And everyone else did a good job. We only have one yellow. How good was that?
It was a fantastic race. One final time, ladies and gentlemen. Smoking Joe is a 2-time Red Dirt Rumble champion.
Actually, just with, the supporters of Kalgoorlie Speedway, yeah, you want to come in because I think he's going to be doing some donuts. And here he goes, Joshy. How cool is that? He's putting a show on for you, people. Put your hands together for Smoking Joe.
And what a show it was. Between himself and Kai Blight, and you've got to give it to Woz. He struggled in the early part of the night to scrap and grab a podium. Is a fantastic effort, and I think Joe was pretty pumped to do another one here in the Goldfields in front of an absolutely packed Kalgoorlie International Speedway. That was one of the most high-paced, high-intense 35 laps of late model racing you will see anywhere outside of North America. I have no doubt about it.
How many cars got twitchy in front of both Kai and Joe as I'm coming through the field, and you held your breath? I had my hand on my head a few times. I just imagine what they were doing in the race car. Unbelievable how they got through that traffic.
It was absolutely pure class. He needs a little bit of an escort to come back down in front of the front straight here. We've got to get him to do a roof dance. I think that's just all part of the show here in Kalgoorlie. What a race that was. The winning margin again, 4.8 seconds between himself and the Australian champion Kai Blight. Between himself and Warren Oldfield, that was a fantastic race. Glenn Macbeth as well, credit for a 4th place finish. As the 23 car comes back to the front straight. One hell of a drive, 35 of the most perfect laps you will see in a late model in a long, long time.
Trophy presentation is going to be done later on up at the bar area, so please, if you can stay around and join us, that would be fantastic. But Joe wants to get out of the race car and do a roof dance just for you. Thanks for you to turn up and support this event. It's absolutely fantastic. The Mincore Red Dirt Rumble here at Kalgoorlie International Speedway, and thanks to Snap-on Tools as well for their support of this event. Make sure you put your hands together as Smoking Joe gets out of the car, gets up and salutes you. What a race we had tonight.
I think this is going to be one of the races that we talk about for a long, long time. I can't remember the last time we offered the fastest 2 cars $1,000 to say, do you want to give it a go from the back? And through all the traffic, Kalgoorlie International Speedway, the committee, the club, every single person who showed out here tonight, take a bow. That was an incredible show here in the Goldfields tonight. It is an absolute credit to you and the facility that you guys have got down here in the Goldfields. Joe, I'm sure, is a pretty puffed man at the moment. Jason, I'm sure he's down there as well. We probably should grab a couple words with our race winner as well in Smoking Joe Chalmers. He's now a 2-time Red Dirt Rumble champion. Is the former Australia one for Smoking Joe Chalmers. You have to work for it, that is for sure. A hell of a race, over 35 laps. Again, trophy presentations will be held in the bar in a few moments' time, so please do hang around, join us for that, celebrate what has been a huge night. This is the end of the Kalgoorlie International Speedway season. It's been a big one, and we went out with an absolute bang with 35 laps. Only the one yellow for our late models. And it was Smoking Joe from Pty Ltd and Warren Oldfield. That draws a curtain on what has been an almighty night. On behalf of myself, and I'm sure Jason can second with me on this, it has been an absolute pleasure to come out to Kalgoorlie and be part of this spectacular event. Dean and all the crew have put on an absolute spectacle. And Jason, thank you for all your efforts tonight. It's been fantastic to share it with you.
Thanks very much, Joshy. Great call up in the box. You know, getting up here to Kalgoorlie, getting the call up to come. We're a little bit nervous getting here, to be honest, and it's worked out all right, I reckon. So hopefully you'll have us back. Fantastic effort. Mate, Dean, I'll just give you the last word because you're the man of this club. You've got a lot of great people behind you. It's not just done by one person. There's so many people to thank, so many great sponsors.
Definitely having his back. So make sure you keep this date safe. But yeah, no, definitely a lot of people thank all the committee. Obviously, there's a lot of work that goes behind it. There's a lot of other people. Ryan, like I said, helping out with this track last night. We tried something a little bit different, and it worked out awesome. There's a lot of people behind the scenes, you know, come out here, do all this, all the push cars, Manitous, Fireys. There's so many that make it go. And the sponsors put on the big show. They put on the fireworks, and they bring these big cars. So that's what everyone wants to see, and we think that they come and do that. Also, so just to let you know, obviously on the 31st of May we have monster trucks here. That isn't a Speedway club affiliate show, they're hiring the venue. So we'll be running bars and kitchens, they're putting on a show. Just to let you know, there won't be cars parked in the arena. Okay, around, you'll be parked in the pits at the back and the pits outside, there's all parking everywhere. So make sure you bring your chairs and your picnic blankets because that won't be cars in the arena. But once again, thanks a lot everyone, and thank you to you and Josh.
Our pleasure to be here, and again, if you can join us at the trophies presentations a bit later on, you know, come support the club, buy a cold beer, say good day, meet some drivers. Joshy, fantastic call, buddy. I'll give you the last word here for the Mincore Red Dirt Rumble.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you for all your efforts. To the entire Kalgoorlie International Speedway team and everyone who joined us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure. Huge thanks to our streaming team as well for bringing the action to everyone around the state. We hope you've enjoyed the company. On behalf of myself, Josh Starling, Jason Sutton, thank you so much for having us. We hope to be back next year. It's been a hell of a show. If you're leaving us now, please do drive home safely. And we'll see you very, very soon from the Snap-on Kalgoorlie International Speedway.